Hey, I'm really glad you're here. Most people end up here when things finally quiet down, so I'll keep this simple. Tonight's story is a real, true crime case. I'll go through it slowly, just focusing on the details, so you can listen without anything pulling you out of it. I was reading through the comments earlier. Someone from Bristol said they just had a cup of tea and were settling in with one of these episodes. There are others from New Zealand, Las Vegas, all listening at completely different times. It's a small thing, but I really appreciate that. So wherever you are, and however you're listening, I'm glad you're here. If you've been coming back to these, subscribing, just make sure it's always easy to find. All right, this is episode 152. Let's begin. By the time police entered the home in Mesa, Arizona, on June 9th, 2008, the situation had already begun to feel unusual. Travis Alexander had not been seen for several days, and friends were concerned because he had missed important commitments, including a planned trip. That alone was enough to raise alarm. But what stood out more was the silence. Travis was known to be active, social, and responsive. Disappearing without contact did not fit his pattern. When officers arrived at the house, nothing appeared obviously disturbed at first. The home was relatively orderly. There were no clear signs of forced entry, no immediate indication of a struggle in the main living areas. But the concern was strong enough that a more thorough check was necessary. It was inside the bathroom that everything changed. Travis Alexander was found in the shower. The condition of the scene made it immediately clear that this was not a natural death or a simple incident. He had suffered multiple injuries, including numerous stab wounds, a gunshot, and severe trauma. The level of violence suggested intensity and proximity, not distance or detachment. This was not a crime carried out quickly and without emotion. It was prolonged. The investigation shifted instantly into a homicide case. From the beginning, detectives focused on reconstructing the final days of Travis's life. They examined phone records, emails, and recent contacts. Travis was involved in business and social networks that kept him in regular communication with many people, which gave investigators a broad starting point. One name appeared repeatedly: Jodi Arias. She had been in a relationship with Travis, one that friends later described as complicated and unstable. They had broken up, but contact between them had continued. There were accounts of tension, jealousy, and emotional volatility, but nothing that clearly predicted what had happened. When investigators first spoke to Jodi Arias, she denied being in Mesa at the time of the murder. She said she had not seen Travis recently and suggested that unknown individuals might have been responsible. At that stage, without direct evidence placing her at the scene, her statements could not immediately be disproven. But the investigation did not rely on statements alone. Inside the house, detectives recovered a digital camera that had been damaged and placed in a washing machine. It appeared someone had attempted to destroy it, but the memory card inside still contained recoverable data. Forensic technicians worked to restore the files. What they found became one of the most important pieces of evidence in the case. The camera contained photographs taken on the day Travis died. Early images showed him alive, in normal settings, interacting with someone behind the camera. As the sequence continued, the tone shifted. The final images were accidental captures during the attack itself, blurred and chaotic, but enough to establish that the person photographing Travis had been present at the time of the killing. Metadata from the images confirmed the date and time. Jodi Arias was in those photographs. This discovery directly contradicted her initial statements. It placed her inside the home with Travis at the exact time the murder occurred. Confronted with this evidence, her story changed. She admitted being at the house, but claimed that two unknown intruders had entered and attacked them both. According to this version, she said she had been injured, that Travis had been killed by others, and that she had escaped in fear. Investigators found no evidence supporting the presence of additional attackers. There were no signs of forced entry, no unknown DNA profiles consistent with intruders, and no injuries on Jodi that matched the severity of such an event. As inconsistencies grew, her explanation changed again. She eventually claimed self-defense, stating that Travis had become violent and that she had acted to protect herself. This final version would become the central argument during trial. The prosecution built a case focused on premeditation. They presented evidence showing that Jody had traveled from California to Arizona around the time of the murder, renting a car, and taking steps that appeared designed to avoid detection, including turning off her phone for key periods. Gas cans were used to minimize stops that might create a traceable record. These details suggested planning rather than a spontaneous visit. They also highlighted the attempt to destroy the camera, the multiple changing stories, and the nature of the attack itself. The number of injuries, the combination of methods used, and the effort required all pointed away from a brief act of self-defense and towards something more deliberate. The defense argued that the relationship between Travis and Jody had been emotionally complex and that fear had driven her actions. They focused on psychological factors, attempting to explain the violence as a reaction to perceived threat rather than intent to kill. The trial, which began in 2013, drew widespread attention. It was followed closely by media and the public, not only because of the crime, but because of the evolving narrative and the detailed evidence presented. The photographs, in particular, became central to understanding the final moments. Jurors were asked to consider not just what happened, but why. In May 2013, Jodi Arias was found guilty of first-degree murder. After a separate sentencing phase, she was ultimately sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The case stands out because of how clearly the timeline was reconstructed. Unlike many investigations that depend heavily on speculation or missing pieces, this one was anchored by digital evidence that captured moments leading up to the crime. It created a sequence that was difficult to dispute once recovered and analyzed. Travis Alexander was killed inside his own home by someone he knew, someone who had shared a relationship with him that had already become unstable. The violence of the act, combined with the effort to conceal it and the shifting explanations afterward, formed a complete picture in the eyes of the court. What remains is not just the brutality of the crime, but the clarity with which it was eventually understood. A damaged camera, nearly destroyed, became the key to revealing exactly who had been there and when. In many cases, investigators searched for one decisive piece of evidence. Here, it was almost lost, hidden inside a machine meant to erase it. But once recovered, it removed doubt. Next story. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, in the quiet suburban neighborhood of Modesto, California, a disappearance was reported that at first seemed like a missing person case tied to routine holiday activity. 27-year-old Lacey Peterson, 8 months pregnant with her first child, had been expected to spend Christmas Eve preparing for family gatherings. Instead, she was gone. Her husband, Scott Peterson, told police that he had left home that morning to go fishing alone at the Berkeley Marina, nearly 90 miles away. When he returned later that day, he said Lacey was not at home. Her car was still in the driveway. Her personal belongings were inside. The dog had been found wandering the neighborhood with its leash on, something neighbors noticed before anyone realized its significance. From the beginning, the situation felt wrong. Lacey was known to be responsible and closely connected to her family. She was in the final weeks of pregnancy and not likely to leave without explanation. As hours passed and she remained missing, concern turned into a full investigation. Search efforts began immediately, focusing first on the neighborhood and then expanding outward. Volunteers, police, and media attention quickly grew. Because of the timing, Christmas Eve, and the fact that she was heavily pregnant, the case drew national attention within days. Scott Peterson's account of his day became a central focus early in the investigation. He described leaving home to go fishing, a detail that initially sounded routine, but began to raise questions when examined more closely. The location he described was far from Modesto, and the timing of his trip placed him away from home for a significant part of the day. Investigators began verifying his movements through receipts, phone records, and marina logs. He had indeed been at the Berkeley Marina, launching a small boat he had recently purchased. That fact was confirmed, but instead of resolving suspicion, it created a clearer timeline that investigators would later return to repeatedly. At the same time, attention began to shift toward Scott's personal life. Detectives discovered that he had been involved in an extramarital relationship with a woman named Amber Fry. What made this detail especially important was not just the affair itself, but the timing and what he had told her. He had presented himself as a man who had lost his wife, even though Lacey was still alive and well at the time of those conversations. This suggested that he had already been constructing a narrative of loss before the disappearance occurred. As the investigation continued, public perception began to change. What started as a search for a missing pregnant woman slowly became a case centered on the husband. Search teams expanded efforts to the Berkeley Bay area, the same place Scott had gone fishing. The connection between his trip and the possibility of evidence disposal became impossible to ignore. Despite extensive searches, nothing immediately conclusive was found, and for months the case remained in a state of uncertainty. Then, in April 2003, the case shifted dramatically. The remains of a small fetus were discovered along the shoreline of the San Francisco Bay. Shortly afterward, the body of a woman was found nearby. Both were identified as Lacey Peterson and her unborn son, who had been named Connor. The location of the discovery aligned closely with the area where Scott had claimed to be fishing on the day she disappeared. This connection became one of the most critical pieces of the prosecution's case. Investigators built a timeline that suggested planning rather than accident. Evidence showed that Scott had purchased a boat in secret, had made unexplained preparations, and had created alibis that placed him in a specific location tied to the eventual recovery of the bodies. There is no single piece of forensic evidence that directly showed the act of murder. Instead, the case was built through a detailed accumulation of behavior, timing, deception, and location. It became a classic example of a circumstantial case where each individual fact might seem explainable, but together formed a consistent narrative. Scott Peterson maintained his innocence. He stated that he had nothing to do with Lacey's disappearance or death and suggested that unknown individuals may have been responsible. The defense pointed to the lack of direct physical evidence and argued that the case relied too heavily on interpretation of behavior. The prosecution focused on pattern. They argued that Scott's actions before and after the disappearance showed consciousness of guilt. His lies to Amber Fry, his calm demeanor in situations where distress might be expected, and his movements aligned too closely with the recovery side of the bodies. The trial began in 2004 and lasted several months, drawing massive media attention. It became one of the most closely followed criminal trials in the United States at the time. Jurors were presented with a detailed reconstruction of events built not from a single decisive moment, but from a chain of decisions and actions that pointed in one direction. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for their unborn child. He was later sentenced to death, though that sentence was overturned in 2020 due to issues with jury selection, and he was resentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The case remains one of the most widely discussed true crime stories because of how it unfolded. There was no eyewitness to the crime, no recorded confession, and no clear moment where everything became obvious. Instead, it was a slow construction of truth through contradiction, behavior, and the alignment of events that could not easily be explained away. Lacey Peterson left her home on what should have been an ordinary morning before Christmas. She did not return. Months later, she was found in the same waters where her husband had gone fishing alone. The distance between those 2 points, home and shoreline, became the space where the investigation lived, filling it piece by piece until the absence of direct evidence was replaced by a pattern that a jury accepted as proof. What makes the case endure is not only the crime itself, but the way it forces attention onto the small decisions that surround it. Not a single dramatic moment, but a series of quiet actions that, when placed together, reveal something far more permanent than any one piece of evidence could show on its own. Next story. By the time investigators fully understood what had happened inside the small apartment on Via della Pergola in Perugia, the case had already begun to move in several different directions at once. It did not begin with a clear suspect or a single narrative. It began with confusion, overlapping accounts, and a crime scene that seemed to suggest more than one possibility. On November 2nd, 2007, Meredith Kircher, a British exchange student living in Italy, was found dead in her bedroom. She had been sharing the apartment with other students, including Amanda Knox, an American student, and another Italian roommate who was not present at the time. The discovery came after a series of small irregularities began to stand out. Amanda Knox had returned to the apartment that morning with her boyfriend, Rafael Salcido. She later described noticing that the front door was open, drops of blood were visible in the bathroom, and one of the rooms appeared disturbed. Despite these signs, the situation did not immediately escalate to emergency response. It was only after further inspection, including the discovery that Meredith's bedroom door was locked, that police were called. When officers forced the door open, they found Meredith Kircher's body inside. The crime scene showed clear signs of violence. The room was in disarray, and evidence suggested a struggle had taken place. There were also indications that the scene had been staged to resemble a break-in, including a broken window in another room. But from early on, investigators questioned whether that break-in was genuine or created afterward to mislead. The investigation moved quickly, but not in a straight line. Attention first focused on Amanda Knox and Rafael Salcido. Their presence at the apartment, their behavior, and inconsistencies in their statements placed them under immediate scrutiny. Interrogations were intense, and within days, Knox made statements that further complicated the situation, including accusations involving another individual, which later proved to be false. At the same time, forensic evidence was being collected and analyzed. DNA traces, footprints, and other physical evidence pointed toward multiple individuals being present at the scene. This did not simplify the case. It made it more complex. A third figure soon became central: Rudy Gide, an Ivorian man who had been in Perugia and whose DNA was found at the crime scene. He was arrested in Germany after fleeing Italy and later extradited. Gide admitted being present in the apartment, but denied committing the murder. He claimed that he had been there when an unknown attacker entered and killed Meredith. However, forensic evidence placed him directly at the scene during the time of the crime, and his account did not align with the physical findings. In 2008, Rudy Gide was convicted of Meredith Kircher's murder and sentenced to prison. But the case did not end there. Amanda Knox and Rafael Salcido were also charged and brought to trial. The prosecution argued that the murder involved multiple people and presented a theory that connected all three individuals to the crime. They relied on a combination of forensic evidence, behavioral interpretation, and inconsistencies in statements. The defense challenged both the reliability of the evidence and the logic of the prosecution's narrative. Questions were raised about how evidence had been collected, whether contamination had occurred, and whether assumptions had been made too quickly under pressure. In 2009, Knox and Salcido were convicted. The verdict drew intense international attention. The case became widely discussed, not only because of the crime itself, but because of the uncertainty surrounding how the conclusions had been reached. What followed was a series of appeals that would stretch over several years. In 2011, an appellate court overturned the convictions of Knox and Salcido, citing concerns about the handling and interpretation of key forensic evidence. They were released from prison, but the legal process did not end there. Further appeals and retrials followed, reflecting deep disagreement within the judicial system about what the evidence truly showed. Finally, in 2015, Italy's highest court definitively acquitted Amanda Knox and Rafael Salcido, concluding that the evidence was insufficient to support their convictions. Rudy Gide's conviction, however, remained in place. This left the case in a complex position. The court established that Meredith Kircher had been murdered and that Rudy Gide was responsible, but the question of whether others had been involved remained unresolved in a definitive legal sense. The investigation itself became part of the story. Early assumptions, intense media attention, and the pressure to produce answers quickly all shaped how the case unfolded. What began as a crime scene with multiple possible interpretations became a legal process marked by conflicting conclusions, reversals, and final decisions that did not fully align with the earlier narrative. Meredith Kircher lost her life inside a place that should have been safe, among people she knew, in a city that had drawn her there for study and experience. The crime itself was violent and immediate, but the attempt to understand it extended over years. What remains is not just the fact of the murder, but the difficulty of reaching certainty when evidence points in more than one direction, when early interpretations take hold, and when the path from investigation to verdict becomes as complicated as the crime itself. The case did reach legal conclusions. A killer was identified and convicted. Others were ultimately cleared. But the process that led there remains one of the most debated in modern true crime. Not because nothing was known, but because too many things were believed at once before the full picture had settled into place. Next story. Before any report of a crime was made, before investigators entered the house, before the name became known across the country, there was only a quiet absence that did not make sense. On the morning of August 13th, 2018, in Frederick, Colorado, a woman named Shanann Watts failed to respond to messages from a close friend. That alone was unusual, but what made it more concerning was the context. Shanann was 15 weeks pregnant, highly active on social media, and in constant communication with friends and family. Silence, for her, was not normal. By early afternoon, that concern turned into action. A friend went to Shanann's home and knocked on the door. There was no answer. Her car was still in the garage. Personal belongings, including her phone and medication, were inside. The situation felt wrong enough that police were called for a welfare check. When officers arrived, they entered a home that appeared undisturbed. There were no signs of forced entry, no obvious struggle, no immediate evidence of violence. But the absence was complete. Shanann was gone. Her two young daughters, Bella and Celeste, were also gone. At that moment, the case was treated as a missing persons investigation. Chris Watts, Shanann's husband, was contacted. He said he had gone to work early that morning and had last seen his family at home. He appeared calm, cooperative, and willing to speak with both police and the media. Within hours, he was giving interviews outside the house, asking for his family to come back and expressing concern. But even in those early moments, small details began to stand out. Investigators noticed that his explanations were precise but emotionally flat. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning and loading items into it, something the neighbor later described as unusual behavior. The footage did not show Shanann or the children leaving the house. As the investigation continued, attention shifted quietly but steadily toward Chris himself. Phone records and digital data revealed that his personal life was not as stable as it appeared. He had been involved in an extramarital relationship, something he initially did not fully disclose. That detail, combined with the sudden disappearance of his entire family, created a clear direction for investigators. Within days, the case changed. During a polygraph examination, Chris Watts failed key portions of the test. Confronted with inconsistencies and increasing evidence, his story began to shift. He eventually admitted that Shanann was dead, but claimed that he had killed her after seeing her harm their children. It was a statement that attempted to explain the unexplainable, but it did not match the evidence investigators were building. The truth continued to unfold under pressure. Chris Watts ultimately confessed to killing Shanann and both of his daughters. He described how he had strangled Shanann inside their home. He then drove the bodies of his children to an oil field where he worked, a remote industrial site operated by his employer. There, he killed his daughters and disposed of their bodies in oil storage tanks, while burying Shanann in a shallow grave nearby. The level of planning, the choice of location, and the attempt to conceal everything indicated a deliberate act rather than a sudden emotional reaction. Search teams moved to the oil site. What they found confirmed the confession. Shanann's body was recovered from the ground, and the bodies of Bella and Celeste were located inside the tanks, a detail that deeply affected both investigators and the public due to the nature of the act. The case moved quickly through the legal system. Faced with overwhelming evidence, including his own confession, Chris Watts accepted a plea deal in November 2018. He pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. There was no long trial, no extended legal battle over identity or presence. The facts were clear, the timeline established, and the outcome legally certain. What made the case resonate so deeply was not only the crime itself, but how it began. There was no sign of external danger, no forced entry, no unknown suspect. The threat was inside the home, hidden behind normal routine, daily life, and the appearance of stability. In the early hours of that morning, nothing looked different from any other day. A husband left for work. A home remained quiet. By afternoon, an entire family was missing. The transformation from ordinary life to confirmed murder happened not through a dramatic discovery, but through the steady removal of explanations that no longer fit. Each detail, the untouched car, the phone left behind, the footage from the neighbor's camera, narrowed the possibilities until only one remained. Shannon Watts and her children did not leave their home. They were taken from it by someone who knew every part of their routine, every space inside that house, and every assumption that would delay suspicion, even if only for a short time. The case did not remain unsolved. It moved quickly from uncertainty to confession. But what remains is the contrast between the beginning and the end. A quiet suburban morning, and a crime that unfolded within it, hidden in plain sight until the pattern became impossible to ignore. Next story. Long before any suspect was named or any courtroom decision was made, the case began with a single, quiet moment outside a home in West London, where nothing appeared unusual until it was already over. On the morning of April 26, 1999, Jill Dando, one of the most recognizable television presenters in the United Kingdom, returned to her house in Fulham after a short trip. It was a normal part of her routine, unlocking her front door, carrying keys, stepping briefly into the stillness of a residential street where neighbors moved through ordinary daily life. Within seconds, she was shot at close range. There were no warning signs, no visible confrontation, no prolonged struggle. The attack was precise and immediate. A single gunshot to the head, fired just outside her doorway. The person responsible left the scene quickly, and by the time emergency services arrived, there was no trace of the attacker in the surrounding area. The simplicity of the act made the case more difficult, not less. There were no witnesses who could provide a clear description, no obvious motive, no direct link between the victim and a known threat. What remained was a high-profile murder carried out in broad daylight with almost no immediate evidence. The investigation expanded rapidly. Because of Jill Dando's public role as a national television figure, the case drew intense media attention from the very beginning. Every detail was examined, every possible connection explored. Investigators considered whether the killing was personal, professional, or random, and each possibility opened a different path with no clear conclusion. One early theory focused on her work as a presenter on Crime Watch, a program that reconstructed real criminal cases and appealed to the public for information. The idea was that someone featured on the show, or affected by it, might have targeted her. It was a theory that connected her public role directly to potential danger, but no solid evidence emerged to support it. Another line of inquiry examined her personal life, relationships, and recent activities. Again, nothing pointed clearly to a motive strong enough to explain the precision of the attack. As weeks turned into months, pressure on investigators increased. The case had become one of the most high-profile, unsolved murders in the country, and the absence of progress only intensified public attention. In 2000, more than a year after the murder, a man named Barry George was arrested and charged. George lived in the area and had a history that made him stand out during the investigation. The case against him was largely circumstantial, supported by behavioral observations and a small amount of forensic evidence. The most significant piece was a microscopic particle linked to firearm discharge found in his coat. In 2001, Barry George was convicted of Jill Dando's murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. At that point, the case appeared resolved. A suspect had been identified, tried, and found guilty. But over time, questions began to emerge about the strength and reliability of the evidence used to secure the conviction. The microscopic particle that had been central to the case was re-examined, and doubts were raised about how it had been interpreted. Critics argued that the evidence was too limited to support such a definitive conclusion and that the case relied heavily on inference rather than clear proof. Years later, the conviction was overturned on appeal. In 2008, after a retrial, Barry George was acquitted. The court concluded that the evidence was insufficient to establish guilt beyond reasonable doubt. This outcome returned the case to an unresolved state. No new suspect was definitively identified. The original questions remained: who carried out the attack and why? The precision of the murder suggested planning. The location suggested familiarity. But without clear evidence, those suggestions could not be turned into conclusions. Jill Dando's death remains one of the most widely known unsolved cases in the United Kingdom. Not because it lacked investigation, but because it produced too many possible explanations without confirming any single one. What makes the case endure is not only the public profile of the victim, but the nature of the crime itself. A person returning home in daylight, in a quiet neighborhood, with no sign of immediate danger, in a single moment that changed everything without leaving behind a clear path to follow. Investigators built timelines, examined connections, tested evidence, and brought a case to court. That case did not hold. What remained afterward was the original silence of the scene, the same absence of witnesses, motive, and certainty that defined the beginning. The legal process reached a conclusion for the man once accused, but the crime itself remains open. Jill Dando walked to her front door on a normal morning and never stepped inside. The person responsible has never been definitively identified, and the simplicity of the act continues to stand in contrast to the complexity of the search that followed, a search that, even after years of effort, never fully closed the distance between what happened and who was responsible. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition without conscience, about a woman who saw human life as currency, and about how greed can transform caregiving into something monstrous. In the boarding houses of turn-of-the-century Chicago, where immigrants and workers sought affordable lodging, a Hungarian woman was running what appeared to be a respectable establishment. She welcomed guests warmly, offered reasonable rates, and seemed like a motherly figure to those far from home. But her guests had a disturbing habit of disappearing, and those who left for care were never heard from again. This is the story of Tilly Klimek, one of Chicago's most prolific killers during the early 1900s. Between 1914 and 1922, she ended the lives of at least 20 people, mostly husbands and relatives, using arsenic-laced food. She would predict their demise with eerie accuracy, telling neighbors that her husbands would soon pass away, then ensuring her predictions came true by slowly administering poison. She collected life insurance policies on her victims, accumulating wealth while presenting herself as an unlucky woman cursed with tragedy. Tilly Klimek was born in 1876 in Poland, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. She immigrated to Chicago as a young woman, joining the flood of Eastern Europeans seeking opportunities in America's rapidly industrializing cities. She settled in a Polish neighborhood on Chicago's South Side, where she would spend her entire life. Tilly married young to a man named John Mickiewicz. The marriage seemed ordinary at first, but Tilly quickly grew dissatisfied. John worked hard but earned little, and Tilly wanted more than a life of poverty and struggle. She began to see her husband not as a partner, but as an obstacle to the comfortable life she craved. In 1914, John became mysteriously ill. He suffered from stomach pains, weakness, and progressive deterioration that doctors could not explain. After several months of suffering, he passed away. Tilly collected on his life insurance policy and immediately began looking for a new husband, showing no grief over her loss. She married Joseph Guskowski within months of John's passing. Joseph was a hard-working man with some savings, exactly what Tilly was looking for. But like her first husband, Joseph soon became mysteriously ill with the same symptoms. He lingered for weeks before passing, and again Tilly collected insurance money. Tilly's neighbors began noticing a disturbing pattern. Before each husband became ill, Tilly would tell them that she had dreamed of his funeral, that she knew he would soon pass away. Her predictions were uncannily accurate, and some neighbors whispered about curses and dark powers. But Tilly was not psychic. She was simply planning ahead. She married a third time to Frank Kupczyk, a prosperous man with significant savings. Frank was healthy and robust when they married, but Tilly had already taken out a large life insurance policy on him. Within weeks, Frank began experiencing the familiar symptoms. But this time, Frank's relatives became suspicious and insisted doctors investigate more thoroughly. In 1922, doctors finally tested Frank's blood and found high levels of arsenic. Police were notified and began investigating Tilly's history. They exhumed the bodies of her previous husbands and found lethal amounts of arsenic in their remains. Further investigation revealed that Tilly had also ended the lives of several relatives and neighbors, always after taking out insurance policies on them. Tilly's method was simple but effective. She would slowly add arsenic to food and drinks, causing gradual illness that mimicked natural disease. Arsenic was readily available at the time, sold in stores as rat poison and insecticide. Doctors in the early 1900s rarely tested for poisoning unless there was specific reason to suspect it, so Tilly's victims were usually diagnosed with stomach ailments or heart problems. Her trial in 1923 shocked Chicago. Prosecutors presented evidence that Tilly had systematically ended lives for insurance money over nearly a decade. Neighbors testified about her eerie predictions and her lack of grief when people around her passed away. Insurance investigators documented the suspicious pattern of policies taken out shortly before beneficiaries became ill. Tilly showed no remorse during the trial, maintaining she was innocent and that the deaths were natural. She claimed to be a victim of persecution, an unlucky woman who had lost multiple husbands to illness through no fault of her own. But the evidence was overwhelming. On October 26, 1923, Tilly Klimek was convicted of taking the life of Frank Kupczyk. She was sentenced to life imprisonment at the Women's Reformatory in Joliet, Illinois. She was never charged with the other suspected cases because prosecutors felt one life sentence was sufficient. Tilly spent the rest of her life in prison, maintaining her innocence to the end. She passed away in prison in 1936 at age 60, having served 13 years of her sentence. She never confessed to any wrongdoing or showed remorse for the lives she had taken. Her case was part of a larger pattern in early 20th century Chicago, where several women were discovered to have been ending lives of husbands and relatives for insurance money. The practice became so common that it earned a nickname in the press, though the details were often sensationalized. Tilly Klimek's story revealed how easily someone could exploit the trust of those closest to them, how greed could motivate systematic harm, and how the lack of sophisticated forensic testing allowed certain types of wrongdoing to continue undetected for years. Her victims trusted her completely, never suspecting that the woman preparing their meals was also preparing their demise. The case led to reforms in how life insurance policies were issued and investigated, and contributed to better medical testing for suspicious illnesses. But these changes came too late for the men and women who had trusted Tilly Klimek and paid with their lives for her greed and ambition. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a neighborhood that became a nightmare, about secrets hidden beneath a family home, and about how evil can flourish for years when communities fail to ask the right questions. In the working-class neighborhoods of Philadelphia during the 1980s, Gary Heidnik seemed like an unlikely suspect for anything sinister. He was a self-made millionaire who had invested wisely in the stock market, accumulating significant wealth despite having only a high school education. He lived quietly in a modest house in North Philadelphia, occasionally attending his self-founded church. But inside that unremarkable house, Gary was creating a dungeon where he would hold women captive, subjecting them to months of unspeakable treatment. This is the story of Gary Heidnik, who between November 1986 and March 1987 held 6 women captive in the basement of his Philadelphia home. He kept them chained in a pit he had dug in the concrete floor, providing minimal food and subjecting them to terrible conditions. 2 of his captives did not survive their imprisonment. His arrest in March 1987 revealed a horror that shocked the city and exposed how vulnerable populations can be targeted by predators who understand that society will not immediately notice their disappearance. Gary Michael Heidnik was born on November 22, 1943, in Eastlake, Ohio. His childhood was marked by severe dysfunction and trauma that shaped his disturbed psychology. His parents had a turbulent marriage filled with constant conflict and mutual hostility. They divorced when Gary was young, and he was caught in the middle of their bitter custody battle, shuffled between households where he never felt wanted or safe. His mother struggled with substance issues and made multiple attempts to end her own life while Gary was in her care. Witnessing these traumatic events damaged him deeply. His father was cold and emotionally distant, showing no warmth or affection. Nothing Gary did was ever good enough to earn his father's approval. At school, Gary was tormented by other children. He had a misshapen head from a childhood accident that left permanent damage, and other children mocked him constantly. He also had a severe stutter that made speaking difficult and embarrassing. The combination of difficulties at home and bullying at school left Gary isolated and angry, with no healthy outlets for his emotions. Despite his troubled background, Gary showed above-average intelligence. He became fascinated with finance and investing, studying the stock market obsessively. He also developed an interest in religion, though his understanding of it became deeply distorted. He founded his own church, which existed primarily as a way to avoid taxes, but also fed his growing delusions about his own importance. Gary joined the Army in 1961 at age 16, serving as a cook. He was competent at his work, but remained socially isolated. During this time, he had what was described as a nervous breakdown and received a medical discharge. He was diagnosed with personality disorders and given a disability pension. Despite these documented mental health issues, he never received effective long-term treatment. In 1968, Gary was convicted of assault against a teenage employee. He was sentenced to prison, but served only 18 months before being paroled. This early release would prove catastrophic, as the system had identified him as someone with violent tendencies, but released him anyway, giving him opportunity to commit far worse crimes. After his release, Gary moved back to the Philadelphia area. Despite his mental health struggles, he was shrewd with money. He invested his disability payments wisely and accumulated significant wealth through the stock market. He used this money to purchase a house in North Philadelphia and to support his growing obsessions. By the mid-1980s, Gary had become fixated on the idea of having complete control over others. He began planning to create what he called a baby farm, where he would hold women captive and force them to have children. This delusion consumed him, and he began preparing his house for this purpose. In November 1986, Gary began his campaign of kidnapping. His first victim was a young woman he lured to his house with promises of money. Once inside, he attacked her and dragged her to the basement where he had prepared a pit in the concrete floor. He chained her there and told her she would remain until she provided him with a child. Over the following weeks, Gary kidnapped 5 more women, all from vulnerable populations. He targeted individuals involved in street life or those struggling with substance issues, women he believed would not be immediately missed. He held them all captive in the basement pit, chained together in darkness and terrible conditions. The conditions in the basement were nightmarish. The women received minimal food, often just bread and water. They were forced to live in extremely unsanitary circumstances. Gary would periodically come down to harm them, using various methods as punishment for perceived disobedience. When one of the captives passed away from the terrible conditions and mistreatment, Gary's response was to make the situation even worse. He forced the surviving women to participate in disposing of the remains. This psychological torture added another layer of horror to their captivity. A second woman later passed away under similar circumstances. Gary continued to hold the remaining 4 women captive, and the situation became increasingly desperate. But one of the women, the first he had kidnapped, began to manipulate Gary psychologically. She convinced him that she cared for him and wanted to help him find more women for his plan. Gary eventually trusted her enough to allow her to leave the house temporarily. On March 24th, 1987, he drove her to visit her family, and she had promised to return with additional victims. Instead, the moment she was free, she ran to police and told them everything. Officers initially struggled to believe her story as it seemed too horrible to be real. But she led them to Gary's address and gave details that convinced them to investigate. Police obtained a warrant and raided the house on March 24th, 1987. Inside the basement, they found the 3 remaining captives chained in deplorable conditions. The evidence of what had occurred was overwhelming. Gary was arrested immediately and charged with multiple serious offenses, including kidnapping and taking lives. During his trial in 1988, Gary's defense team argued he was legally insane and not responsible for his actions. But prosecutors demonstrated that Gary had planned carefully, maintained his financial affairs, and taken steps to avoid detection, showing he understood his actions were wrong. On November 4th, 1988, Gary Heidnik was convicted and sentenced to end his life by execution. He spent years on death row at a Pennsylvania facility. On July 6th, 1999, the sentence was carried out. He was 55 years old. His case inspired elements of the character in the film The Silence of the Lambs, though that fictional character was an amalgamation of several real criminals. The house where the crimes occurred was later torn down. Gary Heidnik's story revealed how predators target society's most vulnerable members, understanding that marginalized individuals can disappear without triggering immediate searches. It exposed failures in mental health systems. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a killer who vanished in a legend, about a city gripped by fear, and about how one person's crimes can haunt a place for over a century, even when their identity remains a mystery. In the impoverished East End of London during the autumn of 1888, the streets were dangerous places where survival was a daily struggle. Women with few options worked the streets at night to earn money for food and lodging. The area was overcrowded, crime-ridden, and largely ignored by wealthier London. But that fall, someone began targeting these vulnerable women, ending their lives with such brutality that the crimes shocked Victorian England and created a legend that endures to this day. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, the unidentified person who terrorized London's Whitechapel district in 1888. Between August and November of that year, at least 5 women were found deceased, their bodies showing signs of increasing violence and mutilation. The attacker seemed to have anatomical knowledge, leading to speculation about their profession or background. Despite massive investigations and countless theories over more than a century, the Ripper's identity has never been definitively proven, making this one of history's most famous unsolved cases. The 5 victims definitively attributed to the Ripper were all women who worked the streets of Whitechapel to survive. Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly were all living in desperate poverty, staying in lodging houses when they could afford them and sleeping rough when they could not. They ranged in age from their mid-20s to mid-40s, and all struggled with difficulties that made them vulnerable. The attacks began on August 31st, 1888, when Mary Ann Nichols was found on Bucks Row. She had been attacked with extreme violence, and the nature of the harm shocked even experienced police officers familiar with Whitechapel's rough character. The brutality suggested this was not a typical street crime, but something more disturbing. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of a building on Hanbury Street. The violence was similar to the first case, but more extensive. This time, internal organs had been removed, suggesting the attacker had some knowledge of human anatomy. This detail led investigators to theorize the perpetrator might be a doctor, butcher, or someone with medical training. On September 30th, 2 attacks occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with fatal injuries, but without the extensive harm seen in previous cases, leading investigators to believe the attacker had been interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, showing extensive violence similar to previous victims. This double incident created widespread panic throughout London. The final victim attributed to the Ripper was Mary Jane Kelly, found on November 9th in her rented room. Unlike previous victims who had been attacked outdoors, Kelly was harmed indoors where the perpetrator had time and privacy. The scene was so disturbing that it remains one of the most notorious crime scenes in history. Photographs taken at the scene still exist and show the extreme nature of the violence. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a perpetrator. Most were hoaxes from attention seekers, but 2 letters have been considered potentially genuine by some investigators. The Dear Boss letter received on September 27th introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more violence. The From Hell letter received on October 16th came with what appeared to be part of a human organ. The investigation was massive for its time. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous theories, and employed new techniques like crime scene photography. But the limitations of 1888 forensic science, the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel, and the lack of witnesses made solving the case extremely difficult. After the Kelly case in November, the pattern of attacks stopped as suddenly as it had begun. No definitively connected cases occurred after that date. Investigators never understood why. Perhaps the perpetrator had passed away, been imprisoned for another crime, left the area, or simply stopped for reasons unknown. Over the decades since, countless theories have emerged about the Ripper's identity. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who took his own life shortly after the final attack; Aaron Kosminski, an immigrant with mental health issues who was eventually confined to an institution; Michael Ostrog, a career criminal with a history of violence. Some theories have even suggested members of the royal family or famous artists, though these claims generally lack credible evidence. Modern forensic scientists have attempted to use DNA analysis on letters and other evidence supposedly connected to the case. Some studies have pointed toward specific suspects, but the degradation of evidence over 130-plus years and questionable chains of custody make definitive conclusions impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the crimes themselves is the cultural impact. The case became the prototype for how society thinks about serial violence. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating extensive coverage that captured public imagination internationally. The mysterious identity and the atmospheric setting of foggy Victorian London created a legend that has inspired countless books, films, and theories. The attacks also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into dangerous situations with no social safety net to protect them. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the impoverished. The victims, who had lived and would have passed away in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The 5 women definitively attributed to the Ripper are now more famous in their passing than they ever were in life. Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively. Their lives and circumstances have been examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their attacker. The Whitechapel area where the crimes occurred has changed dramatically since 1888, transforming from one of London's poorest districts into a trendy neighborhood. But the memory of those autumn months when fear gripped the streets remains part of the area's history. Jack the Ripper remains unsolved over 135 years later, making it one of the most enduring mysteries in criminal history. The case changed how society viewed random violence, how media covered crime, and how investigators approach cases involving multiple victims. The perpetrator's identity is likely lost to history, but the impact of those crimes continues to fascinate people worldwide, a reminder that some mysteries remain forever unsolved and some criminals escape justice completely, leaving behind only victims, questions, and legends that refuse to fade. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a tragedy that sparked a movement, about a family's unimaginable loss, and about how one child's disappearance changed how America protects its children forever. On the morning of May 25th, 1979, in Lower Manhattan, 6-year-old Etten Patz left his family's apartment to walk 2 blocks to his school bus stop. It was the first time his parents had allowed him to make the short walk alone. Eden was excited about this new independence, wearing his favorite blue captain's hat and carrying $1 to buy soda after school. His mother watched from the fire escape as he walked toward the corner, then went back inside to prepare for her day. Eden never made it to the bus stop. He vanished somewhere along those 2 blocks, disappearing into the crowded streets of New York City without a trace. This is the story of Eden Patz, the 6-year-old boy whose disappearance became one of the most famous missing child cases in American history. For decades, his case remained unsolved, tormenting his family and haunting a nation. His face appeared on milk cartons, creating a new way to spread awareness about missing children. May 25th, the day he disappeared, became National Missing Children's Day. His case changed how parents thought about their children's safety and led to new systems for finding missing kids. In 2012, 33 years after Eden vanished, a man named Pedro Hernandez confessed to ending the child's life, finally providing answers to questions that had tormented a family for over 3 decades. Eden Khalil Patz was born on October 9th, 1972, in Manhattan, New York. He was the middle child of Stan and Julie Patz, growing up in the Soho neighborhood when it was still primarily an industrial area with artist lofts rather than the upscale shopping district it would later become. Eden was described as a bright, friendly child who loved adventure and was eager to grow up and be independent like his older sister. The Patz family lived in a close-knit community where neighbors knew each other and children played together in the streets. This sense of community made the area feel safe, and parents generally felt comfortable allowing their children some independence. The walk to the school bus stop was short, just 2 blocks, and Eden had been begging his parents to let him walk alone like the older kids did. On that Friday morning in May, Julie Patz finally agreed to let Eden make the walk alone. She watched from the fire escape as he headed down Prince Street toward West Broadway, seeing him reach the corner before she went back inside. When Eden did not come home from school that afternoon, Julie initially thought perhaps he had gone to a friend's house. But as hours passed and Eden did not appear, growing panic set in. By evening, the Patz family had contacted police and begun searching the neighborhood. Officers initially treated it as a routine runaway case, suggesting Eden might have wandered off or gotten lost. But Julie and Stan knew immediately that something terrible had happened. Eden was not the type of child to wander away, and he knew their address and phone number. If he were simply lost, he would have asked for help. The search expanded rapidly. Police canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing residents and business owners. Volunteers distributed flyers with Eden's photograph throughout Manhattan. The media picked up the story, and Eden's face began appearing on television news broadcasts. The case captured public attention in ways that missing children cases rarely had before. Investigators pursued countless leads. They searched buildings, questioned potential witnesses, and investigated anyone who might have been in the area that morning. But no solid evidence emerged. Eden had simply vanished, leaving no trace. Without witnesses, physical evidence, or any clear indication of what had happened, the investigation stalled. One person who was questioned early in the investigation was Pedro Hernandez, a 19-year-old who worked at a bodega on the route Eden would have walked to the bus stop. Pedro told police he had been at work that morning and had seen nothing unusual. Investigators had no reason to focus on him specifically, and he was just one of many people interviewed during the massive canvass of the neighborhood. Years passed with no breaks in the case. The Patz family never moved from their Soho apartment, maintaining the same phone number in case Eden tried to contact them. They kept his room exactly as it had been the morning he disappeared. Stan and Julie became advocates for missing children, working to change laws and improve systems for finding missing kids. Eden's case became a symbol of the missing children crisis in America. His photograph appeared on milk cartons beginning in the early 1980s, a practice that spread nationwide and brought awareness to thousands of missing children cases. In 1983, President Reagan designated May 25th as National Missing Children's Day in Eden's honor. The case prompted changes in how law enforcement handles missing children reports and led to better coordination between agencies. In 2012, 33 years after Eden's disappearance, the case suddenly broke open. Pedro Hernandez, now 51 years old and living in New Jersey, told family members and others that he had done something terrible years ago. Someone who heard these statements contacted authorities, and investigators began looking at Pedro with fresh attention. When questioned by police, Pedro confessed. He said that on the morning of May 25th, 1979, he had been working at the bodega when Eden came in or passed by. Pedro, who was 19 at the time and struggling with his own issues, had lured Eden into the basement of the store with the promise of a soda. Once in the basement, Pedro had strangled the child, then placed his body in a bag and disposed of it with the trash. He claimed he had carried this secret for over 3 decades, the guilt consuming him. Pedro's confession was detailed and included information that seemed to match the case. However, there were complications. Pedro had a history of mental health issues and had made false confessions to other crimes in the past. There was no physical evidence to corroborate his account, as Eden's body was never recovered. The basement where Pedro claimed the crime occurred had been renovated multiple times over 33 years. Pedro was arrested and charged. His case went to trial in 2015, but the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial. Prosecutors tried him again in 2017. This time, the jury convicted Pedro of taking Eden's life, finding his confession credible despite the lack of physical evidence. On April 18, 2017, Pedro Hernandez was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The conviction brought some measure of closure to the Pats family, though Stan and Julie made clear that nothing could truly close the wound of losing their son. They had lived for 38 years not knowing what had happened to Eden, hoping he might somehow still be alive while fearing the worst. Pedro's confession and conviction confirmed their worst fears, but also answered the terrible question that had haunted them for decades. Eden Pats was 6 years old when he vanished on a spring morning in 1979. He was excited about walking to the bus stop alone, proud of his growing independence, looking forward to buying a soda and going to school. Instead, he encountered someone who took advantage of his trust and innocence, ending his life and hiding the crime. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a town that lived in fear, about a killer who vanished in a mystery, and about how one person's campaign of terror became America's first widely publicized serial case that captured the nation's attention. In the small city of Austin, Texas, during 1884 and 1885, residents began locking their doors and windows at night, something they had rarely done before. Women were being attacked in their homes as they slept, targeted by someone who entered through unlocked doors or windows in the darkness. The attacks were brutal and seemed to follow a pattern, though police struggled to identify any connection between the victims beyond their vulnerability. For over a year, Austin lived under a shadow of fear as the attacks continued and the perpetrator remained unknown. This is the story of the servant girl annihilator, an unidentified person who terrorized Austin, Texas, between 1884 and 1885. 8 women were fatally attacked, and at least 8 more were seriously injured in a series of nighttime home invasions. The attacker targeted women who were alone or vulnerable, striking them while they slept and often dragging them outside before inflicting fatal injuries. Despite a massive investigation and widespread fear that gripped the city, the servant girl annihilator was never caught, and the attacks stopped as mysteriously as they had begun. The attacks began on New Year's Eve 1884, when a young woman named Molly Smith was found deceased behind her residence. She had been attacked with extreme violence while she slept, then dragged outside. The brutality shocked the community, but investigators initially treated it as an isolated incident, possibly related to someone who knew the victim. But the violence continued. On May 6th, 1885, another young woman named Eliza Shelley was attacked in her home in a similar manner. She survived her injuries and was able to provide some information to police, though her description of the attacker was vague due to the darkness and the sudden nature of the assault. Over the following months, more attacks occurred with increasing frequency. The victims were primarily young women who worked as domestic servants. living in small quarters behind the main houses where they were employed. They were vulnerable, often alone at night, and their living situations made them easy targets for someone who could approach quietly and strike before they could defend themselves. The pattern became clear. The attacker targeted women at night, entering through unlocked doors or windows, striking them while they slept, and often dragging them outside before inflicting fatal injuries. The violence was extreme and seemed to involve both blunt force trauma and edged weapons. The attacker appeared to have some knowledge of the victim's routines and living situations. Austin was a small city of about 15,000 people in 1885, and the attacks created widespread panic. Women were terrified to sleep alone. Families began keeping weapons near their beds. Men organized patrols to watch neighborhoods at night. The business district and residential areas that had once bustled with evening activity became deserted after dark. Police were overwhelmed and had few investigative tools available in the 1880s. There were no fingerprints, no forensic science as we know it today, no way to systematically track or analyze evidence. Investigators relied on witness statements, physical evidence that often provided limited information, and hoping to catch the perpetrator in the act. On Christmas Eve, 1885, the violence escalated dramatically. 2 separate attacks occurred on the same night, and for the first time, the victims were not servant girls, but women from more affluent families. Susan Hancock and Eula Phillips were both attacked in their homes, and both attacks showed the same pattern as previous cases, but with even greater violence. These attacks on wealthier victims brought additional pressure on police and city officials. The fact that the violence had now touched families with social standing and resources meant the investigation received even more attention, though it produced no better results. The final attack occurred on December 28, 1885, just 4 days after the Christmas Eve incidents. After this, the attacks stopped completely. The servant girl annihilator, whoever they were, either left Austin, passed away, was imprisoned for another crime, or simply stopped attacking for reasons unknown. Theories about the attacker's identity proliferated. Some investigators believed it was someone who knew the victims or their routines, possibly someone who worked in the area or had legitimate reasons to be in neighborhoods. Others thought it might be a transient who had moved on to another location. Some even theorized it could be multiple attackers rather than a single person. Over the years, various suspects have been proposed. Some researchers have suggested connections to other unsolved cases from the same era, including the famous Jack the Ripper attacks in London that began in 1888, 3 years after the Austin attacks ended. One theory proposed that a man who left Austin around the time the attacks stopped could have traveled to London and continued his violence there, though this theory lacks concrete evidence, and most serious researchers consider it unlikely. The servant girl annihilator case had lasting impacts beyond Austin. It was one of the first American serial cases to receive widespread newspaper coverage, with stories appearing in publications across the country. The term servant girl annihilator itself was coined by a writer named O. Henry, who was living in Austin at the time and followed the case closely. The attacks also revealed social inequalities of the era. The early victims were working-class women, many of them African American, and their cases received less attention initially than the later attacks on wealthier white victims. This disparity in how cases were handled based on victims' social status was characteristic of the time period and unfortunately continues to affect criminal investigations today. The case remains officially unsolved over 135 years later. The identity of the servant girl annihilator is lost to history, and the mystery of why the attack started and why they stopped may never be answered. The victims were young women trying to make their way in the world, working difficult jobs for low pay, living in vulnerable circumstances that made them targets for someone who exploited their situations. Austin has grown from a small city of 15,000 to a major metropolis, but the memory of those terrifying months in 1884 and 1885 remains part of the city's history. The case represents an early chapter in America's ongoing struggle with understanding and stopping serial violence, and it serves as a reminder that some mysteries remain forever unsolved, leaving behind only victims, questions, and the knowledge that evil can strike without warning and disappear without explanation. The servant girl annihilator killed 8 women and injured many others, then vanished into history, becoming one of America's earliest unsolved serial cases and leaving a community forever changed by violence that came in darkness and left only fear and unanswered questions in its wake. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a suburban disappearance that never looked like a disappearance, about a woman whose absence was mistaken for a vacation, and about an isolated man whose calm exterior hid a homicide unfolding just a few feet from his neighbors. This case unfolded in Salem, Oregon, in a development of ranch-style houses built in the early 1990s. It was the kind of neighborhood built for stability. Driveways were wide, garages were clean, and every house had a nearly identical roofline. Residents liked the sameness. It made life predictable, and predictable felt safe. Among the residents was a man named Aaron Darby, 46 years old, an accountant who worked remotely for a Portland firm. His life had a mechanical rhythm. Every morning his curtains opened at the same moment, almost like clockwork. The neighbors grew used to the sight of him sitting at his dining table, tapping on a laptop with an expression that never changed. He took short walks alone. He carried reusable grocery bags with military neatness. He never raised his voice, never caused a scene, never drew attention. His quietness made him invisible. Across the street lived a woman named Melanie Ross, 52, known on the block for being friendly in a soft, warm way that made people feel welcome without feeling intruded upon. She worked at an insurance office and kept a garden that overflowed with plants she nurtured for years. She helped elderly neighbors with small tasks and kept track of birthdays. She was the quiet center of the community, always calm, always steady. Melanie and Aaron had the most basic type of neighbor relationship. She greeted him. He nodded. She asked if he needed help bringing in groceries once. He declined with a small gesture. She accepted that he preferred solitude and never pushed further. Early that spring, Melanie told her next-door neighbors that she was planning a short break. Work had been stressful. She felt worn down. A few days away sounded like the reset she needed. She mentioned this casually, the way someone mentions cleaning the garage or reorganizing the kitchen. No one thought much of it. She tended her garden a day before she disappeared, pulling weeds and trimming branches with her usual patience. She placed her tools in a neat row against the shed, predicting she would use them again in a week or two. But she would never return to them. The timeline became clearer only after investigators reconstructed the events. On a mild spring evening, Melanie walked across the street to return a piece of mail that had been mistakenly placed in her box. It was the kind of small, neighborly errand she did without thinking. The street was quiet. The sky was darkening. Porch lights glowed one by one. She carried the envelope, expecting to hand it over and be back home within a minute. She reached Aaron's driveway. Security cameras on the block captured her silhouette approaching his house. After that moment, she was never seen walking back. The next morning, her home looked untouched. Her car sat in the driveway. Curtains remained closed. Neighbors assumed she had left early for her trip. That assumption solidified into belief as the day passed. Months later, neighbors would replay those days in their minds, wondering how they missed what now seemed so obvious. In the first week after her disappearance, no one worried. She had mentioned travel. People took that as fact. Her mail started piling up, but that was normal for someone gone on vacation. A delivery hung on the doorknob for several days, but neighbors avoided touching it, not wanting to intrude. Her garden began to look neglected, but people assumed she would be back to fix it. A coworker tried calling her once, then twice, then left messages about missing her at work. She never responded, but people at the office thought she may have simply extended her time away. Silence became explanation. Weeks passed, then months. Across the street, Aaron maintained his life with robotic consistency. He left his house at the same time every Tuesday to take out trash bins. He stacked recycling like an engineer. He worked quietly. He cooked alone. When neighbors saw him, he nodded once with that same blank expression. Nothing in his behavior suggested panic, fear, or even mild stress. He had removed all traces of what happened the night Melanie disappeared. The garage floor, where an abrupt and fatal confrontation had occurred, had been cleaned with a thoroughness that felt colder than the act itself. A portion of the floor had been replaced, not large enough to raise suspicion, but precise enough to eliminate evidence. He had placed Melanie's body in a large handmade wooden box, meticulously crafted, almost like a piece of furniture. The box was sealed, reinforced, and carried to an overgrown drainage area behind several houses during the early hours of the morning, when no one was awake. He set it down among shrubs and branches, blending it into the landscape. Then he went home and opened his curtains at 7:30, exactly on time. For the next 3 months, he lived normally. He ate the same meals. He walked the same routes. He watched neighbors speculate mildly about Melanie's extended break, but said nothing himself. No one wondered why he was so unconcerned. After all, he had never been someone who involved himself in community conversations. The discovery came by accident. A city worker was assigned to inspect the drainage issue after residents reported minor flooding during heavy rain. He walked along the overgrown path behind the houses and noticed a wooden structure partially buried under leaves. Thinking it was discarded household junk, he attempted to move it and realized it was heavier than expected. When he opened it, the truth emerged. Police traced the box to Aaron using purchase records, tool marks, and eventually a search of his garage that revealed remnants of the materials used to construct it. When detectives confronted him, his reaction was disturbingly calm. There was no denial, no emotional outburst, just a flat, almost detached acceptance. His explanation, given without quotes or dramatic details, was that the confrontation with Melanie had stemmed from a deep-rooted resentment he had never expressed. He had misinterpreted her friendliness as intrusion, then fixated on it until it consumed his thoughts. He waited for an opportunity. When she came to return the misdelivered mail, he acted. The decision was sudden, but the cover-up was slow, organized, and chilling in its method. He lived with it for 3 months, maintaining his routines, blending seamlessly into the quiet of the neighborhood. Aaron was eventually sentenced to life in prison. The courtroom described him as a man whose emotional detachment made the case more disturbing than its physical details. A homicide carried out without chaos, without visible anger, and without any sign to the outside world. Neighbors struggled to understand how something so horrific had occurred so close to their peaceful homes without anyone noticing a shift, a sound, or a sign. It became a case that haunted the area long after Aaron was removed from the neighborhood. A reminder that danger can hide not in violent outbursts or obvious hostility, but in silence, isolation, and the quiet interior lives of people no one really knows. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a house at the end of a cul-de-sac, about a man who wore the ordinary like armor, and about how small deceptions can grow into something dangerous when people look the other way. In the summer of 1997, in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, there was a quiet street called Willow Ridge Drive. Lawns were mowed on Saturdays, mailboxes leaned at predictable angles, and children played until dusk. At the very end of the street sat a 2-story brick house with ivy crawling up the north wall. The occupants were a married couple named Paul and Diane Mercer. Paul worked as an accounts manager at a local supply company, and Diane ran a part-time tutoring business out of the spare bedroom. They were the kind of neighbors who attended block parties, brought casseroles to new parents, and smiled politely at passing cars. Paul seemed unremarkable in the best possible way. He arrived at work early, kept his driveway clean, and offered to babysit a neighbor's dog when she went on trips. People trusted him because he gave them nothing to distrust. But over the course of 6 years, that trust became the cover for a pattern of behavior no one noticed until it was far too late. The first disappearance happened in late 1998. A young man named Marcus, who had recently left a halfway house and taken a job at a warehouse down the road, failed to show up for work. Marcus had no close family in town and few friends who stayed in touch. He was last seen walking past a convenience store near Willow Ridge Drive. Neighbors assumed he had moved on. No missing person report was filed. For months, nothing seemed unusual. Then in 2000, a woman named Rosa stopped coming to the morning bookkeeping class Diane ran at the community center. Rosa was new in town and had limited family ties. Diane told classmates that Rosa had found full-time employment and was too busy to attend. Again, nobody pressed the matter. By 2002, rumors began to circulate quietly. A man who had been a transient returned to town and said he remembered Marcus spending evenings on Paul's porch, talking about finding steady work. A teenager recalled seeing a stranger carrying a large duffel bag into the Mercers' house at night. These memories were fragmented and unreliable on their own, easy to dismiss as misremembered details. People in small towns forgive a lot because they prefer harmony to suspicion. What finally moved officials into action was the disappearance of a well-known local teacher named Harold Green in the spring of 2003. Harold had family, a steady schedule, and close friends who would not let his absence be ignored. He missed classes for 2 days, and then his car was found in a supermarket lot with his keys still inside. The school filed a report. Detectives opened an investigation and began tracing Harold's last known movements. Phone records placed Harold near Willow Ridge Drive the night he vanished. A neighbor reported seeing him walk purposefully toward the Mercers' house the evening before he disappeared. That detail drew attention because Harold was known to be cautious and deliberate in his routines. Investigators sought a search warrant for the Mercers' property. Paul and Diane cooperated at first, offering tea and plausible explanations. Their kitchen smelled of cinnamon and coffee, and their living room displayed family photos that showed polite smiles and birthdays celebrated. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would calm any visitor. But detectives discovered things that did not fit the image. In a shed behind the house, they found a stack of photocopied bills in Harold's name dated months after his disappearance. They found a small stack of photographs of other residents who had vanished, worn at the edges as if they had been carried and studied. And in the back garden, beneath a shallow layer of disturbed soil covered by a recent patch of sod, they found personal items linked to multiple missing people. When forensic teams expanded the search, they uncovered evidence that forced a broader inquiry. Items traced to Marcus and Rosa were found in sealed containers in the basement. A ledger documented deposits into a joint account opened by the Mercers that matched benefit payments and pension checks belonging to people who had disappeared. The pattern pointed to exploitation and cover-up, not accidental misfortune. Paul eventually stopped speaking in the polite, practiced way that had once calmed his neighbors. Under sustained questioning, he offered a narrative that mixed neglect with a chilling rationality. He said he had helped people who had nowhere else to go, that he had taken responsibility for their affairs when they drifted, and that he had paid bills and cashed checks to keep their names active so benefits would not lapse. As investigators pressed him about remains and missing persons, he shifted between claiming ignorance and offering explanations that did not stand up to evidence. Diane presented herself as bewildered, someone who had trusted her husband and trusted their home to be a refuge. She said she had been occupied with tutoring and afternoon classes and had not paid attention to the small discrepancies that investigators described. Witnesses later contradicted that account, describing times when Diane collected paperwork for tenants and signed forms on their behalf. The trial that followed revealed how easy it had been for harm to hide behind normalcy. Witnesses testified that the Mercers had positioned themselves as caretakers of people who would otherwise slip through the social safety net. They offered rides, helped fill out applications, and provided a warm place to sleep. For the vulnerable people who came to them, the Mercers felt like a lifeline. But that trust also gave Paul and Diane access to personal information, bank accounts, and the ability to declare someone moved away without anyone contesting it. Psychological experts painted a portrait of Paul as someone who craved control and rationalized exploitation as mercy. He saw himself as manager rather than manipulator, a person arranging the lives of others to suit his own needs. The prosecution argued that his acts went further than bookkeeping errors and neglect. They alleged he had orchestrated disappearances and concealed deaths to secure financial gain and preserve his image as a benevolent neighbor. Diane was portrayed as complicit, whether through active participation or willful blindness. In her defense, she insisted that she had not known the full extent of her husband's actions and that she had believed they were offering help. The jury weighed testimony about bank records, witness statements, and forensic findings, and ultimately the couple were convicted on counts related to fraud, abuse of vulnerable adults, and multiple charges connected to concealment. Sentences varied, but the community understood that the legal outcome could not fully account for the scale of harm. Families of victims who had been transient or estranged learned, often for the first time, that their loved ones had been in this town and in these rooms. The case prompted reform at the county level. Agencies began to require better tracking of residents in boarding situations, and social services implemented cross-checks to ensure benefits and pensions were not redirected without independent verification. Willow Ridge Drive returned to its ordinary rhythms with time, but the memory of the Mercers remained like a shadow on the cul-de-sac. Conversation about trust shifted in subtle ways. Next story. I am going to tell you a story about a long-haul trucker, about a roadside diner where everyone knew everyone else's business, and about how a small, almost undetectable change in a decade-long routine revealed a calculated murder hidden behind the mask of normalcy. In the late 1980s, the heart of the Midwest trucking route beat through the town of Harmony Junction, Indiana. The anchor of this town was the Midway Stop Diner, a greasy spoon that ran 24 hours and served as the unofficial headquarters for the independent haulers who worked the I-70 corridor. Among them was Jerry Vance, known simply as Red, a man whose life was defined by the rhythm of the road and his absolute punctuality. Red was reliable to a fault. He drove the same route, ordered the same breakfast, 2 eggs over easy black coffee, and arrived at the Midway stop every Thursday morning at 6:15 a.m., without fail for 12 years straight. His truck, a distinct green 18-wheeler with customized silver trim, was as recognizable as the grain silos on the horizon. Red lived alone in a small, isolated cabin 50 miles outside Harmony Junction, accessible only by a long, unpaved logging track. The cabin sat deep within a stand of oak trees, invisible from the nearest county road. His only consistent personal contact was his sister, Martha, who managed the family's small plot of farmland and whom Red called every Sunday at 7 p.m. precisely. This schedule was a fortress of habit, a fixed point in the chaotic, shifting landscape of the interstate. Red's life was a testament to order in a world of constant motion. He viewed his routine not as a limitation, but as the only defense against the unpredictable nature of the road and the cutthroat competition among the independent haulers. His contracts were consistent, his truck maintenance was perfect, and his habits were clockwork. In the autumn of 1991, the clock of Harmony Junction faltered. Red did not show up for his 6:15 a.m. Thursday breakfast. The owner of the Midway stop, Shirley, a woman who measured the passage of time in black coffee refills and diesel fumes, initially figured Red hit traffic or perhaps took a rare day off. But when Red missed the next Thursday and the Thursday after that, a quiet alarm began to spread among the regulars. Red was the one constant in their volatile, highway-defined lives. The missed routine was a tear in the fabric of their reality, a signal something fundamental had gone wrong. Red also missed his Sunday calls to Martha. Martha, accustomed to her brother's rigid schedule, felt immediate dread. She waited 2 full weeks, the silence from his end of the line growing heavier with each passing hour, unable to shake the feeling that the absence was deliberate, not accidental. She called the state police, filing a missing person report that centered not on an event, but on the profound absence of routine. Martha emphasized the mechanical certainty of Red's life. He would sooner miss a gear shift than his 7 p.m. call. She explained that Red's habits were a psychological imperative. The deviation was a guaranteed sign of duress. Deputy Dale Evans, a local man who knew the rhythm of the truckers, was assigned the case. He began his investigation not at Red's remote cabin, but at the Midway stop, understanding that Red's life was the highway. Shirley confirmed Red's truck, the distinctive green unit, had been accounted for on his usual delivery routes, verified by logbook entries and toll receipts, right up until the last week of September. Then abruptly, nothing. The logbooks ceased. Red's electronic toll transponder also stopped registering activity. The initial search was hampered by the sheer vastness of the territory. Hundreds of miles of interstate offered endless places for a heavy truck or a man to disappear. Evans eventually made the long drive to Red's cabin. The cabin was secure, locked from the outside. Evans had to force entry, finding an interior that was unnervingly tranquil. Clothes hung neatly, dishes were washed and stacked, and a new copy of the trucker's atlas lay open on the small kitchen table, marked with grease-pen circles around future routes. There were no signs of struggle or forced entry. It looked exactly as Red would leave it for a week on the road, a perfect maintenance of habit, which in its perfection felt entirely wrong. However, Evans noticed two significant discrepancies that hinted at a carefully constructed illusion, details that contradicted Red's compulsive nature. First, Red's small, antique brass wind-up clock on the bedside table, a gift from his mother, was stopped at 3:05 a.m. Red was obsessive about keeping his timepieces wound and accurate. The clock was simply dead, a profound stillness in a man's life defined by forward motion. Second, the small, narrow gravel driveway leading up the final stretch to the cabin door was overgrown with weeks of uncut grass. Yet the final 10 feet, right up to the cabin entrance, looked suspiciously cleared. The packed earth was visible beneath the disturbed gravel, suggesting a very large object had been parked there for a significant duration and then recently removed, disturbing the soil beneath the growing grass. The pattern perfectly matched the wheelbase of a massive truck. The investigation stalled for 2 more months, without a body, a crime scene, or clear motive. The case was drifting toward being shelved as a voluntary disappearance, despite Martha's frantic protest that her brother was incapable of spontaneity. Red's assets were inaccessible, and the legal framework for a forced search was weak. The breakthrough came from an anonymous tip left on the state police hotline. The caller was Frank Hurley, a small-time, independent hauler who worked the same corridor and frequented the Midway stop. Frank was known for his intense resentment of Red's success, a bitterness that was barely concealed behind muttered comments about Red's easy contracts and pristine safety record. Frank admitted that he had seen Red's distinct green truck parked not at the cabin, but late one Monday night near the old abandoned quarry, 30 miles south of Harmony Junction, just a few days before Red stopped appearing at the diner. Frank said he thought nothing of it at the time, assuming Red was just doing a side job or an unauthorized stop. The tip, however, established that Red was off route and out of routine at a specific critical time. Detective Ortiz, a veteran of highway crimes, took the lead, immediately zeroing in on the gravel driveway at the cabin. The cleared patch matched the exact dimensions of Red's 18-wheeler. Ortiz theorized that Red's truck had been intentionally parked there for a significant duration, then moved. But why move a truck that large only to put it on its final destination route? Only if the truck itself was a necessary part of the crime scene and needed to be extracted from the isolated spot without leaving secondary tracks from another vehicle. The suspicion solidified. Red was murdered at his cabin on that Monday night. Frank, the suspect, had needed the truck to create the alibi that Red was still operating. The disappearance was not a break in routine. It was the start of a new, enforced routine designed by the killer. The investigators obtained warrants to search the abandoned quarry area Frank had mentioned. The quarry was a deep pit filled with water, surrounded by dense, muddy forest. A painstaking search yielded a small, rusted piece of equipment Red was known to carry, a customized hydraulic jack with Red's initials etched into the side. The jack was found half buried in the mud near a steep embankment, suggesting it had been hastily discarded after being used to move a significant weight. The key piece of evidence, Red's truck, was finally located months later in a long-term commercial storage lot in Kansas City, precisely where Red's usual delivery route ended. The truck was spotless, thoroughly cleaned inside and out, an almost professional job that was itself suspicious. However, forensic analysis of the cab's deepest crevices revealed minute traces of blood that had been missed by the industrial cleaner, along with synthetic carpet fibers that were completely foreign to Red's truck but matched the upholstery used in the specific model of truck driven by Frank. The collected evidence allowed Detective Ortiz to reconstruct the chilling timeline of calculated deception. The rivalry between Red and Frank escalated over a major, multi-year contract that Frank desperately wanted and Red had just secured. Frank ambushed Red at his cabin on that Monday night, using the remote location as his key advantage. Red's body was never found, but the evidence pointed to the truck's sleeper cab as the initial crime scene. Frank then drove Red's distinct green truck, the final, visible proof of Red's predictable life, back to the isolated cabin, parked it perfectly in the cleared spot in the driveway to establish the false timeline that Red was safely resting at home, and staged the interior. He had then driven Red's truck, with the body concealed, onto its usual delivery route, completing the final leg of the route to establish the truck's position, before cleaning it and abandoning it in Kansas City. Frank then immediately began running Red's highly profitable contract routes, using the ongoing absence as his ticket to financial gain. The stop clock was the final piece of psychological evidence. The time 3:05 a.m. was irrelevant to the victim's routine and was merely a theatrical flourish, an arbitrary moment of supposed early morning death. Frank, in his arrogance, had believed the solitude of the highway and the uniformity of the truckers' lives would protect him. He banked on the fact that no one would notice the small, 10-foot difference in the grass of a remote driveway, or the synthetic fiber of his own ambition left behind in the victim's domain. Frank was arrested and charged with murder. The highway provided the means, the isolation provided the opportunity, and the killer's clumsy attempt at creating a plausible timeline provided the final evidence. The case of the Midway stop and Red Vance became a dark parable among the long haulers of the Midwest, a reminder that in a world defined by routine and isolation, even the slightest deviation from the established pattern can be the first, quiet sign of a profound and terrible disruption. The road always remembers what the drivers try to forget. Next story. I am going to tell you a story about a child who vanished while the world around her continued as if nothing had happened, about a mother who spoke casually while hiding something unbearable, and about a case that divided public opinion so deeply that it is still argued years later. This is a story about deception layered on top of routine, about lies told so smoothly they sounded rehearsed, and about a little girl whose life ended long before anyone realized she was gone. This is the true story of Kaylee Anthony. In the summer of 2008, Orlando, Florida was hot, humid, and busy with tourists. Life moved quickly. People went to work, families went on vacation, and days blurred together. Casey Anthony lived with her parents, Cindy and George, in a modest home along with her 2-year-old daughter, Kaylee. To the outside world, Casey appeared carefree, social, and focused on enjoying her youth. She spent time with friends, went out at night, and talked often about her independence. Behind that image was a life built on avoidance. Casey had no steady job, despite claiming she worked for Universal Studios. She often left Kaylee in the care of her parents, especially Cindy, who had essentially become the child's primary caregiver. Kaylee was bright, affectionate, and deeply attached to her grandmother. She was a presence in the house, always visible, always heard. Then suddenly, she was gone. Kaylee Anthony was last seen in mid-June 2008. For 31 days, no missing person report was filed. During that month, Casey continued living her life. She attended parties. She was photographed smiling. She entered a hot dog eating contest. She told friends Kaylee was staying with a nanny named Zenaida Gonzalez, a woman who did not exist. When Cindy Anthony finally reported Kaylee missing on July 15th, she did so with urgency and fear. She told the 911 operator that she had not seen her granddaughter in a month and that her daughter's car smelled like a dead body. That statement would echo throughout the investigation. Police began questioning Casey immediately. Her behavior was unsettling. She did not cry. She did not demand immediate searches. She spoke casually, offering detailed explanations that unraveled under basic scrutiny. She led investigators to Universal Studios, confidently walking through employee-only areas before admitting she had never worked there. Each lie seemed improvised, stacked on top of another, as if truth had become optional. Investigators searched the Anthony home. They found no sign of struggle, no blood, no obvious crime scene. But they did find duct tape, household chemicals, and suspicious stains in Casey's car trunk. Forensic experts would later testify that the trunk showed signs consistent with human decomposition. As the case grew, media attention exploded. Casey Anthony became a national fixation. She was labeled cold, detached, and manipulative. Her jailhouse behavior only fueled public anger. She appeared relaxed. She joked with guards. She received tattoos. To many watching, it looked like a woman unburdened by grief. Months later, in December 2008, a utility worker discovered skeletal remains in a wooded area less than half a mile from the Anthony home. The remains were identified as Kaylee's. Her skull was found with duct tape placed over the mouth and nose area. The cause of death could not be determined conclusively due to decomposition, but homicide was listed as the manner of death. The discovery shattered any lingering hope. Prosecutors argued that Casey Anthony had murdered her daughter, possibly using chloroform, and had disposed of her body before continuing life as usual. They painted a picture of a young woman who saw motherhood as an inconvenience and chose freedom over responsibility. They pointed to internet searches for chloroform, the smell in the trunk, and the duct tape as evidence of intent. The defense told a different story. They argued that Kaylee's death was an accident, that she drowned in the family pool, and that Casey's father helped cover it up. They portrayed Casey as emotionally stunted, fearful, and raised in a dysfunctional household where lying was a survival mechanism. They argued that the prosecution had no definitive proof of how Kaylee died. The trial, which began in 2011, became a spectacle. Every expression Casey made was analyzed. Jurors were scrutinized. Experts debated forensic evidence endlessly. The case was built largely on circumstantial evidence, interpretation, and behavior rather than direct proof. When the verdict came, it stunned the nation. Casey Anthony was found not guilty of murder. She was convicted only of lying to law enforcement and sentenced to time already served. Public outrage was immediate and intense. Many believed justice had failed. Others argued that the prosecution had overreached and failed to meet the burden of proof required by law. The divide remains to this day. Kaylee Anthony was remembered as a joyful child with bright eyes and a trusting smile. Her short life became overshadowed by adult failures, legal arguments, and unanswered questions. She never got the chance to grow up, to explain what happened, or to be protected when she needed it most. What makes this case so deeply unsettling is not only the loss of a child, but the silence that surrounded it. A month passed before anyone sounded the alarm. A life ended while the world continued moving. Lies filled the space where urgency should have been. The story of Kaylee Anthony is a reminder that some crimes do not begin with violence. They begin with neglect, denial, and avoidance. They unfold quietly, hidden behind normal routines, until the damage is irreversible. And sometimes, even when the truth feels obvious, certainty never arrives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two lives so perfectly separated that even those closest to him never imagined they could overlap. This is a true crime story about discipline, secrecy, and how a person trained to control every detail eventually lost control in the most devastating way. Russell Williams was born in 1963 in England and later moved to Canada, where he built a life defined by structure and achievement. From a young age, he was drawn to order, routine, and authority. He excelled academically, joined the military, and steadily climbed the ranks of the Royal Canadian Air Force. To colleagues, he was disciplined, intelligent, and dependable. To superiors, he was exceptional. Eventually, he became a decorated colonel and the commander of Canada's largest Air Force base, CFB Trenton. His career placed him at the highest levels of trust. Russell Williams flew search and rescue missions after natural disasters. He transported dignitaries and world leaders. He wore medals. He spoke calmly and confidently. He represented stability, competence, and honor. He was married, lived in a neat suburban home, and maintained an image that seemed beyond reproach. There were no public cracks, no scandals, no visible signs of chaos. But beneath that controlled exterior, another life was unfolding quietly. For years, Russell Williams had been committing break-ins across small Ontario towns. He targeted homes carefully, often choosing houses where women lived alone. These were not random acts. He studied neighborhoods. He learned routines. He entered homes when he believed no one was inside. Once inside, he did not steal valuables. Instead, he took deeply personal items, clothing, undergarments, objects meant to remain private. At home, he documented these thefts obsessively. He photographed himself wearing the stolen items. He cataloged them. He preserved them as trophies. This secret ritual gave him a sense of control and release that his public life never revealed. For a long time, these crimes remained unnoticed, dismissed as minor burglaries or never reported at all. Then the behavior escalated. In 2009, a woman named Corporal Marie France Comeau disappeared after returning home from work at CFB Trenton. Her body was later found in a remote area. The murder shocked the military community. She was young, respected, and well-liked. There were no immediate suspects. The crime appeared isolated, tragic, and inexplicable. Months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, was reported missing after going for a walk near her home. This time, investigators moved quickly. Jessica's body was found, and the similarities between the cases became impossible to ignore. The crimes were organized, controlled, personal. Police began examining patterns. They noticed a series of unusual break-ins across the region, many involving stolen clothing, but no forced entry. Tire tracks near one crime scene stood out. The tread pattern was distinctive. Investigators quietly began checking vehicles in the area, comparing tires without alerting the public. One of those vehicles belonged to Russell Williams. When police visited him at his home, he was calm, polite, and cooperative. He answered questions easily. He agreed to provide samples and allow searches. He behaved exactly as a man with nothing to hide would behave. But when investigators searched his property, they uncovered a hidden world. Inside his home, they found photographs documenting years of thefts, images of Russell posing in stolen clothing, carefully organized files, detailed records, the trophies of his secret life. The evidence was overwhelming. Russell Williams was arrested. During interrogation, something remarkable happened. Faced with undeniable proof, he did not rage. He did not cry. He did not deny. Instead, he spoke with chilling calm. He confessed in detail to the burglaries. Then, slowly, he admitted to the murders. He explained his actions methodically, as if recounting tasks rather than crimes. His voice remained steady. His posture relaxed. The contrast was unsettling. Here was a man trained to lead, to protect, to serve, calmly describing acts of extreme violence. There was no loss of control in his telling, only acknowledgement. At trial, the full scope of his double life was revealed. The jury heard how he balanced a prestigious military career with secret nightly excursions into strangers' homes. How his need for control grew stronger over time. How the private fantasy world eventually spilled into irreversible violence. Russell Williams pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The case left Canada shaken, not because the crimes were loud or chaotic, but because they were hidden behind authority and respectability. It forced people to confront an uncomfortable truth. That evil does not always look wild or unstable. Sometimes it looks calm, accomplished, and trusted. This story lingers because it shows how secrecy can harden over time, how compartmentalization can allow someone to live two realities without collision, and how even the most controlled lives can unravel when fantasy replaces empathy. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his entire life around control. Control over his appearance, control over his routine, and most importantly, control over how other people saw him. His name was Mark Hacking, and for years, he lived inside a carefully constructed illusion. To his neighbors in Salt Lake City, Utah, he was a quiet husband. To his family, he was someone working toward a career in medicine. To his wife, Lori, he was a partner building a shared future filled with promise. Their apartment was small but comfortable, filled with the ordinary signs of a young couple moving forward in life. Books stacked near the bed, notes written about future plans, and schedules that reflected ambition and hope. Nothing about their life suggested instability. Nothing about Mark suggested violence. But behind the structure of that ordinary life was a secret he had been hiding for years, and that secret was slowly approaching the point where it could no longer remain hidden. Mark and Lori met years earlier and quickly formed a close bond. Lori was disciplined, motivated, and deeply supportive. She believed in Mark's future. She believed in his intelligence. He had told her he was attending medical school, that he was progressing toward becoming a doctor. She trusted him completely. She told friends and family about his achievements with pride. Their families celebrated their progress, believing they were watching two young people build a stable and meaningful future. Mark reinforced this belief by maintaining routines that appeared consistent with his claims. He left home at expected hours. He spoke about exams. He discussed academic pressures. He created the appearance of someone moving steadily toward a professional career. But the truth was different. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had lied. The lie did not exist as a single moment of deception. It existed as a structure, something he maintained daily. Each morning he left the apartment not to attend classes, but to preserve the illusion. Each conversation with Lori reinforced the false reality he had created. He understood that the longer the lie existed, the more difficult it would become to escape it. But instead of admitting the truth, he continued building layers around it. He avoided situations where his claims could be directly verified. He controlled conversations. He provided explanations that prevented deeper questioning. He lived in constant awareness that exposure could happen at any moment. By July 2004, that moment was approaching. Lori had begun preparing to move with Mark to North Carolina, where he claimed he had been accepted into a medical program. She had told her family. She had made plans. She had trusted completely in the future he described. But unknown to her, the truth was beginning to surface. Verification requests were being made. Records were being examined. The illusion was weakening. On the morning of July 19th, 2004, Lori woke up early. It was an ordinary morning. She told Mark she planned to go for a run. She often exercised in the mornings. It was part of her routine. She left the apartment wearing running clothes. She did not take her phone. She did not take identification. She did not take anything unusual. She never returned. At first, Mark's behavior appeared consistent with concern. He told people she had gone running and had not come back. He contacted family members. He spoke with police. He repeated the same explanation. He said he had been asleep when she left and did not know what happened after that. Investigators responded quickly. Missing person cases always begin with urgency, especially when the disappearance is sudden and unexplained. They searched nearby areas. They interviewed neighbors. They examined possible routes Lori might have taken during her run. But investigators quickly noticed something unusual. There was no evidence she had gone running. No witnesses had seen her. No cameras captured her. No physical signs suggested she had left the apartment alive. Investigators began focusing on the last person known to have seen her, Mark. At first, his explanations appeared calm and consistent. He described waking up after she had left. He described assuming she had gone running as planned. He described becoming concerned when she did not return. But investigators are trained to observe details beyond words. They observe timing. They observe inconsistencies. They observe behavior. They examined his movements carefully. They discovered that on the day Lori disappeared, Mark had driven his car to a location investigators would later identify as a landfill transfer station. This discovery was critical. Landfill transfer stations serve as collection points where trash is deposited before being transported to larger landfills. Material deposited there becomes extremely difficult to recover. Investigators examined records. They confirmed Mark had accessed the station that morning. This contradicted his earlier statements. He had not mentioned visiting the station. Investigators searched the apartment. Inside, they discovered evidence that suggested violence had occurred. Blood evidence was found. Attempts had been made to clean it. Cleaning can remove visible signs, but forensic analysis can reveal what remains beneath the surface. Investigators used chemical detection methods that exposed traces invisible to the naked eye. The apartment had been cleaned deliberately. Investigators now understood that Lori had never left the apartment alive. Attention intensified. Search teams focused on the landfill connected to the transfer station Mark had visited. This was an enormous task. Landfills contain massive amounts of material, layered and compressed. Finding specific evidence within them requires extraordinary effort. Investigators coordinated teams. They examined records. They identified sections most likely connected to the material deposited that day. Meanwhile, Mark's behavior changed. Under pressure, maintaining his illusion became impossible. On October 1st, 2004, he confessed. He admitted that Lori had discovered the truth. She had learned he was not attending medical school. She had confronted him. The confrontation forced him to face the collapse of the identity he had built. The life he had presented, the future he had promised, the respect he had received, all of it was built on deception. In that moment, he chose violence instead of truth. His confession confirmed what investigators had already begun to prove through evidence. He was arrested. The investigation that followed revealed the full timeline. His lies had been maintained for years. He had constructed routines designed to prevent discovery. He had relied on trust. He had relied on Lori's belief in him. He had relied on the assumption that the illusion could continue indefinitely. But illusions require constant maintenance. And eventually, reality breaks through. At trial, the evidence was clear. Forensic evidence from the apartment, records from the landfill, his own admission. The jury heard the timeline in detail, understanding how his deception had evolved, how it had reached a breaking point, and how investigators had followed the evidence patiently until the truth was undeniable. Mark Hacking was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, his life defined not by the future he once pretended to pursue, but by the evidence that exposed him. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a quiet evening in a suburban neighborhood, but slowly revealed a calculated act of violence hidden behind someone who had spent years building the image of a normal, trustworthy neighbor. In the summer of 2006, the town of Cary, North Carolina was known for its calm neighborhoods and steady growth. Families moved there for good schools, quiet streets, and the feeling that it was a place where serious crime rarely happened. On the evening of July 14th, 31-year-old accountant Daniel Reeves left his office just after 6 o'clock and began the short drive back to the house he shared with his wife. Daniel had worked for the same accounting firm for nearly a decade and was known as someone who kept a predictable routine. Most evenings he arrived home shortly after 6:30, had dinner, and spent the rest of the night relaxing or catching up on paperwork. That evening he never made it home. At first his wife assumed he had been delayed at work, but when the hours passed and repeated calls went unanswered, concern began to grow. By the next morning, when he still had not returned and had also failed to appear at his office, she contacted police to report him missing. Detectives began their investigation by tracing Daniel's last known movements. Security cameras from his office building showed him leaving the parking garage at 6:12 p.m. Traffic cameras along his normal route confirmed that his car had passed through 2 nearby intersections. After that point, the trail went cold. Later that afternoon, officers discovered Daniel's vehicle parked along a quiet side road less than 3 miles from his home. The car was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. However, investigators noticed something troubling when they looked inside. Daniel's wallet and phone were still sitting on the passenger seat. People rarely abandoned both items voluntarily. Forensic technicians carefully processed the vehicle. A faint smear of blood was discovered along the edge of the driver's seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The discovery immediately escalated the case from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Daniel's personal and professional life. Co-workers described him as respected and easy to work with. Financial records showed no signs of debt or disputes. His family relationships were stable and supportive. For several days, investigators struggled to find any motive or suspect connected to his disappearance. The break in the case came from a witness who lived near the road where Daniel's car had been found. The neighbor told police that on the night Daniel disappeared, he had seen two vehicles stopped along the roadside around 7 o'clock. One of them appeared to be Daniel's sedan. The other was a dark SUV that the witness did not recognize. He remembered the vehicle because it had remained there for several minutes before both cars suddenly drove away. Detectives began canvassing the area looking for surveillance footage that might capture the SUV. A camera from a nearby gas station recorded a vehicle matching the description driving past the intersection shortly after the time Daniel's car had been seen on the roadside. Investigators traced the vehicle's license plate. The SUV belonged to a man named Kevin Mercer. Mercer lived only 2 blocks from Daniel's home. At first, the connection seemed strange. Mercer was a 40-year-old property manager who had lived in the neighborhood for several years. Most neighbors described him as friendly and helpful. He occasionally attended community meetings and had even helped organize neighborhood improvement projects. Detectives brought Mercer in for questioning. During the interview, he acknowledged that he knew Daniel casually from the neighborhood, but insisted he had not seen him recently. Mercer claimed he had spent the evening at home watching television, but investigators soon discovered problems with his timeline. Cell phone records showed Mercer's phone traveling through the same area where Daniel's car had been found at almost the exact time the witness reported seeing the two vehicles together. When confronted with that information, Mercer said he had simply been driving through the area on his way back from running errands. The explanation did not fully convince investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Mercer's SUV. Inside the cargo area, forensic technicians discovered fibers that matched the fabric from Daniel's car seats. Even more significant were tiny traces of blood embedded in the rear floor mat. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. With the evidence mounting against Mercer was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with a witness statement, placing his SUV beside Daniel's car. Mercer's story began to change. Eventually, he admitted that he had confronted Daniel that evening about a financial dispute involving a property investment. According to Mercer's statement, the two men had argued on the roadside after Mercer forced Daniel to pull over. The confrontation quickly escalated into violence. Investigators believe Mercer attacked Daniel during the argument and later attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area. After several hours of questioning, Mercer finally revealed the location where he had taken Daniel. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 20 miles outside Cary. There they discovered Daniel's remains concealed beneath brush and soil. The discovery allowed prosecutors to move forward with formal murder charges. During the trial, investigators reconstructed the entire timeline of the crime. Surveillance footage from traffic cameras showed Mercer following Daniel's vehicle shortly after he left work. Witness testimony placed both vehicles on the roadside where the confrontation occurred. Forensic experts explained how blood traces and fibers inside the SUV connected Mercer directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the fight had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Mercer took afterward to conceal the body and mislead investigators. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Kevin Mercer was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Reeves's family, the conviction provided some measure of justice after months of uncertainty. Friends and neighbors remembered him as someone who had built his life around quiet routines and strong relationships within the community. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even the most ordinary-looking situations can hide darker motives beneath the surface. A single witness noticing two vehicles stopped along a road, combined with careful forensic work, eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed would never be discovered. And in the end, it was those small observations and patient investigative work that ensured the truth could not remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a routine drive home after work, a disappearance that confused investigators for weeks before small pieces of overlooked evidence slowly revealed a carefully concealed murder. In the autumn of 2005, the town of Springfield, Missouri, was moving through a typical weekday routine. Traffic flowed steadily through the main roads as people finished work and returned home for the evening. Among them was 35-year-old insurance agent Kevin Marshall. Kevin had worked for the same regional insurance company for nearly 10 years and was known by coworkers as someone who kept a steady routine. Most evenings he left the office around 5:30, drove the same route home, and spent the night with his wife and young daughter. Because his schedule rarely changed, the events of October 18th stood out immediately when something went wrong. That evening, Kevin left the office at 5:42 p.m. Security cameras in the building's parking garage captured him getting into his sedan and driving out toward the main road. One coworker waved goodbye as he pulled away. He never arrived home. When Kevin did not appear by 7 o'clock, his wife initially assumed he had been delayed by work or traffic. But when several phone calls went straight to voicemail and no messages were returned, concern began to grow. By the following morning, when he also failed to appear at the office, police were contacted and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by tracing Kevin's last known movements after leaving work. Traffic cameras along his usual route showed his car passing through several intersections exactly as expected. But the final camera in the sequence captured something unusual. Kevin's sedan suddenly turned off the normal route toward a quiet industrial district several miles away from his home. Investigators had no immediate explanation for why he would go there. 2 days later, a patrol officer discovered Kevin's car parked behind an empty storage building in that same industrial area. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, investigators noticed something troubling. Kevin's phone and briefcase were sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the car. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood on the driver's side door and along the steering wheel. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. The discovery shifted the investigation from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining people connected to Kevin's life. Co-workers described him as professional and easy to work with. Financial records showed no major problems or debts. His family relationships appeared stable. For several days, investigators struggled to identify anyone who might have had a motive to harm him. The first major lead came from a witness who worked in a warehouse near the location where Kevin's car had been found. The worker told police that on the evening Kevin disappeared, he had seen another vehicle parked near the storage building around 6:30. It was a dark pickup truck, and the driver appeared to be speaking with someone standing near a sedan. The witness had not thought much about the moment at the time, assuming the two drivers were simply meeting. But after hearing about the investigation, he realized the sedan might have been Kevin's car. Detectives began searching for nearby surveillance footage that might have captured the pickup truck. After reviewing several cameras from surrounding businesses, they located footage showing a similar truck leaving the area shortly after the time the witness described. The license plate was partially visible. Investigators eventually traced the vehicle to a man named Robert Chandler. Chandler was 42 years old and owned a small contracting business that occasionally handled repair work for commercial buildings. When detectives looked deeper into his background, they discovered something that raised immediate suspicion. Several months earlier, Kevin's insurance company had denied a large property damage claim submitted by Chandler. Records showed Kevin had been the agent responsible for reviewing and rejecting the claim. Detectives brought Chandler in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had been frustrated about the insurance decision, but insisted he had never threatened Kevin. He also claimed he had not seen him recently. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Chandler in the industrial district at almost the exact time Kevin disappeared. When confronted with the phone data, Chandler said he had simply been driving through the area on his way to another job site. The explanation raised further suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was issued for Chandler's pickup truck. Inside, the vehicle forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery of Kevin's sedan. Even more significant were faint blood traces on the passenger side floor mat. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. With the evidence mounting against him, Chandler was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with a witness statement, placing his truck near Kevin's car that evening. After several hours of questioning, his story began to unravel. Eventually, Chandler admitted that he had contacted Kevin earlier that day, asking to meet and discuss the insurance claim that had been denied. According to his statement, the two men agreed to meet in the industrial area after Kevin finished work. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Chandler attacked Kevin. Realizing the seriousness of what he had done, he attempted to hide the crime by removing the body from the area and cleaning his truck. After hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Kevin. Detectives followed him to a wooded section of land nearly 30 miles outside Springfield. There they discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath loose soil and branches. The remains were later confirmed to be Kevin Marshall. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline of crime. Traffic camera footage showed Kevin diverting from his normal route to meet Chandler. Witness testimony placed Chandler's truck near the storage building. Forensic experts explained how fibers and blood evidence linked his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and not planned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Chandler took afterward to conceal the body and destroy evidence. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Robert Chandler was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Kevin Marshall's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and coworkers remembered him as someone who had spent years building trust with clients and colleagues. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with almost no information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A witness remembering two vehicles parked together, a few fibers inside a truck, and small traces of blood eventually revealed the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the disappearance of a young woman after an ordinary evening out. A case that at first appeared to have almost no clear suspects, but slowly unfolded into a careful investigation that revealed a hidden act of violence. In the summer of 2007, the city of Lincoln, Nebraska moved through the warm evenings that often kept restaurants and small entertainment districts busy long after sunset. Among the people enjoying that quiet rhythm of the city was 27-year-old office administrator Nicole Harris. Nicole worked for a small insurance agency located downtown and had lived in Lincoln for most of her life. Friends describe her as dependable and organized, someone who usually kept a predictable routine during the week. After work, she often met friends for dinner or stopped by a nearby cafe before returning to the small apartment she rented only a few blocks from the office. On the evening of June 14th, Nicole finished work around 5:30 and later met a friend at a small restaurant not far from downtown. The two talked for nearly an hour before Nicole said she planned to stop by a grocery store on her way home. Security cameras at the store showed her entering shortly after 7. She purchased a few basic items and walked out carrying a single bag. The footage showed her loading the groceries into the passenger seat of her car before driving away. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Nicole failed to return home, that night her roommate initially believed she might have gone to visit family or spend the evening with friends. But by the following morning, when her phone continued going straight to voicemail, and she had also missed work, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted that afternoon, and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by retracing Nicole's route after leaving the grocery store. Traffic cameras showed her car traveling along the road that normally led toward her apartment. But one camera captured something unusual. Her car suddenly turned into a large parking lot behind a closed office building several blocks away from her usual route. Investigators had no immediate explanation for why she would stop there. 2 days later, a security guard working nearby noticed Nicole's car still sitting in that same parking lot and contacted police. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several details that raised concern. Nicole's purse was still sitting on the passenger seat, and the grocery bag remained on the floor near the dashboard. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the car. Using specialized lighting, they discovered faint traces of blood along the edge of the driver's seat and near the door handle. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Nicole. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Nicole's personal and professional relationships. Co-workers described her as friendly and reliable. Friends said she had not mentioned any recent conflicts or threats. For several days, investigators struggled to find any clear suspect. The first significant lead came from a witness who lived in an apartment building overlooking the parking lot where Nicole's car had been found. The witness reported seeing a dark pickup truck parked next to Nicole's vehicle on the evening she disappeared. According to the witness, the truck remained there for several minutes before suddenly driving away. Detectives began searching for surveillance footage from nearby streets that might have captured the truck. After reviewing recordings from several cameras, they located footage showing a similar vehicle leaving the area shortly after the time Nicole had arrived. Investigators were able to identify the license plate. The truck belonged to a man named Andrew Collins. Collins was 39 years old and worked as a maintenance contractor for several commercial properties around the city. Records showed that he had recently completed repair work at the office building where Nicole worked. Detectives contacted Collins and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he had visited Nicole's office building for maintenance jobs, but insisted he barely knew her. He also claimed he had been working in another part of the city the evening she disappeared. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his story. Cell phone records placed Collins in the exact area of the parking lot at around the same time Nicole's car had been seen turning into the lot. When detectives confronted him with that information, he said he had simply been driving through the area on his way home. The explanation did not convince investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Collins's pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from Nicole's car seats. Even more significant were faint traces of blood on the passenger side floor mat. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Nicole Harris. With the evidence connecting his truck directly to the missing woman, Collins was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with a witness statement, placing his vehicle beside Nicole's car. After several hours of questioning, his story began to unravel. Eventually, Collins admitted that he had encountered Nicole in the parking lot that evening. According to his statement, he approached her while she was sitting in her car and attempted to start a conversation. Investigators believe he had recognized her from the office building where he had worked weeks earlier. The conversation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Nicole fought back during the attack, which explained the blood traces found inside the vehicle and inside Collins's truck. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Collins attempted to hide the crime by transporting her body away from the area. After continued questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote stretch of farmland nearly 40 miles outside Lincoln. There, investigators discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath loose soil and tall grass. The remains were later confirmed to be Nicole Harris. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Nicole leaving the grocery store, arriving at the parking lot, and encountering Collins. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected his vehicle directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Collins took afterward to conceal the body and clean his truck. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Andrew Collins was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Nicole Harris's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and co-workers remembered her as someone who had built a quiet life around routine and strong friendships. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with almost no evidence can eventually be solved through careful attention to small details. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a missing woman whose husband smiled calmly at press conferences, spoke gently about faith and hope, and assured everyone that she would come home soon, while investigators quietly built a case that the man standing in front of the cameras already knew she never would. On the evening of December 23, 2009, 29-year-old Susan Powell vanished from her home in West Valley City, Utah. She was a young mother of two boys, Charlie and Braden, and by all accounts devoted to her children. Her husband, 33-year-old Joshua Powell, told police that she had gone missing while he had taken their sons on a late-night winter camping trip in sub-freezing temperatures. The explanation immediately raised concern. Joshua claimed that around midnight he decided to take his two small children, ages 4 and 2, into the Utah desert for a camping trip. He said Susan was at home asleep when he left. When he returned the next day, she was gone. Investigators struggled to reconcile that timeline. It was December. Snow covered the ground. Temperatures had dropped below freezing. The idea of spontaneously taking toddlers camping after midnight seemed illogical. Inside the Powell home, police found signs of recent cleaning. A strong chemical smell lingered. A wet spot appeared on the living room carpet as if something had been scrubbed. A fan was positioned oddly near a couch. Susan's purse, wallet, and cell phone remained inside the house. Friends and family quickly expressed fear that Susan would never voluntarily leave her children. They also revealed that the marriage had been strained for years. Susan had confided concerns about Joshua's controlling behavior and financial secrecy. She had even written emails documenting fears that if anything happened to her, Joshua should be considered responsible. As the investigation deepened, detectives examined Joshua's vehicle. They discovered traces of blood that laboratory testing later confirmed matched Susan's DNA. Cadaver dogs alerted to areas inside the house and in Joshua's van. Joshua refused to participate in formal interviews without legal representation. He maintained that he had nothing to do with Susan's disappearance. No body was ever found. Then the case took another disturbing turn. Joshua's father, Stephen Powell, became the focus of a separate criminal investigation after evidence surfaced that he had secretly recorded young girls and harbored an obsessive fixation on Susan. In 2011, Stephen was arrested and later convicted on voyeurism charges unrelated to Susan's disappearance. The broader Powell family dynamic came under intense public scrutiny. Meanwhile, Joshua fought for custody of his sons. Despite the ongoing investigation into Susan's disappearance, he was granted supervised visitation. On February 5, 2012, during one of those supervised visits at a rental home in Graham, Washington, tragedy struck. A social worker brought Charlie and Braden to the residence. When Joshua opened the door, he allowed the boys inside but blocked the social worker from entering. Moments later, he locked the door. The social worker immediately called 911 after smelling gasoline. Inside the house, Joshua attacked his sons with a hatchet before igniting an explosion using accelerants. The house erupted in flames. Firefighters later recovered the bodies of Joshua and both children inside. The deaths ended any possibility of criminal prosecution for Susan Powell's disappearance. Investigators concluded that Joshua had murdered Susan in December 2009 and disposed of her body in a remote location that has never been identified. Prosecutors stated publicly that the evidence pointed overwhelmingly to him as responsible, though he was never formally charged due to insufficient physical evidence without a body. Susan Powell's remains have never been found. The case became one of the most heartbreaking examples of how domestic violence can escalate over time and how warning signs documented privately may not always prevent tragedy. Susan's family spent years searching the deserts of Utah and Nevada, following tips and excavating potential burial sites. Despite extensive efforts, the search continues. Charlie was 7. Braden was 5. Their deaths transformed the case from a missing persons investigation into a broader discussion about custody decisions, risk assessment, and systemic failures. The Powell home in West Valley City was eventually demolished. The rental house in Washington where the explosion occurred was reduced to ash. But the memory of what happened remains deeply embedded in both communities. What began as a puzzling disappearance on a snowy December night ended in irreversible violence 3 years later. Joshua Powell never confessed. He never revealed where Susan's body was placed. But investigators, forensic evidence, and his final actions painted a conclusion that law enforcement considers definitive. Susan Powell left behind journal entries expressing fear that something might happen to her. Years later, those words feel less like anxiety and more like a warning that came true in the quiet hours of a winter night when no one yet understood how devastating the full story would become. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who insisted his wife had fallen down the stairs during a late-night accident. A tragic explanation offered calmly to emergency responders. An explanation that seemed plausible at first glance, until tiny drops of blood, microscopic patterns on walls, and years of forensic debate turned a quiet Durham, North Carolina home into the center of one of the most controversial and closely analyzed murder cases in modern history. On December 9th, 2001, shortly after 2:30 in the morning, novelist Michael Peterson called 911 from his mansion in Durham. His voice sounded frantic but controlled. He told the dispatcher that his wife, 48-year-old Kathleen Peterson, was at the bottom of the staircase, unconscious and bleeding. He repeated that she had fallen. He said she was still breathing. When paramedics arrived, Kathleen was dead. The scene was disturbing. Blood covered the walls along the stairwell. There were smears and cast-off patterns extending several feet high. Kathleen lay at the base of the narrow staircase, surrounded by blood that had partially dried. The amount of blood appeared excessive for a simple fall. Michael Peterson maintained that they had been sitting outside by the pool earlier that night. He said Kathleen went inside ahead of him while he remained outdoors. He claimed he later found her at the bottom of the stairs after she had fallen while possibly intoxicated. But investigators quickly began documenting inconsistencies. The blood spatter patterns suggested repeated impacts rather than a single fall. There were small droplets higher on the walls, consistent with forceful motion. Kathleen's scalp showed multiple lacerations. However, there were no skull fractures. That detail puzzled medical examiners. An autopsy concluded that Kathleen died from blunt force trauma to the head combined with blood loss. The medical examiner ruled the death a homicide. As detectives examined Michael's background, they uncovered additional troubling information. Years earlier, a family friend named Elizabeth Ratliff had died at the bottom of a staircase in Germany while Michael and his family were living there. Her death had been ruled natural at the time due to a brain hemorrhage. But the similarity in location raised immediate suspicion. Investigators exhumed Ratliff's body. A second autopsy concluded she too had died from blunt force trauma. Prosecutors argued that Michael Peterson had staged 2 separate staircase deaths years apart. Financial records added another layer. Kathleen was a successful business executive who carried substantial life insurance policies. Evidence showed the couple had significant financial strain despite outward appearances of wealth. The trial began in 2003 and became a media sensation. Prosecutors presented bloodstain pattern analysts who testified that the distribution of blood proved Kathleen had been beaten with a blunt instrument. They suggested a fireplace blowpoke found in the home could have been used. The defense countered aggressively. They argued that the blood patterns were consistent with a fall combined with attempts by Michael to assist his wife. They criticized forensic interpretation and pointed to the absence of skull fractures as inconsistent with repeated blows from a weapon. No murder weapon was ever definitively identified. The prosecution also introduced evidence regarding Michael's bisexual relationships and secret online communications, arguing that Kathleen had recently discovered aspects of his private life, creating potential motive. The defense objected to the character implications, but the information was allowed in court. In October 2003, Michael Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Years later, controversy surrounding the case intensified when it was revealed that a key prosecution blood spatter analyst had given misleading testimony in other trials. In 2011, Peterson was granted a new trial due to concerns about expert credibility. Rather than face another full trial, Peterson entered an Alford plea in 2017 to voluntary manslaughter. Under this plea, he maintained his innocence, but acknowledged that prosecutors possessed enough evidence to likely secure a conviction again. He was sentenced to time already served and released from prison. To this day, debate continues about what truly happened in that staircase. Some forensic experts believe the blood patterns indicate assault. Others argue that the injuries could have resulted from repeated attempts to stand after a fall. An unusual third theory proposed that an owl attack outside the home may have caused scalp injuries prior to the fall, though this theory was never presented as a primary defense during the original trial. What remains certain is that Kathleen Peterson died at the bottom of her staircase in a scene that defied simple explanation. The legal system ultimately concluded the death was not a mere accident, yet the case continues to provoke discussion among legal scholars and forensic professionals. The Durham house still stands. The staircase remains narrow and steep. Visitors often remark on how ordinary it appears, how small the space seems compared to the massive legal battle it produced. Michael Peterson's 911 call began with a claim of a tragic accident. It ended with years of incarceration, appeals, and one of the most dissected courtroom battles over blood evidence in recent memory. And at the center of it all lies a single question that continues to echo long after the trial concluded. Did a fall cause the blood that covered those walls, or did something far more deliberate happen in the quiet hours of that December night? Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a quiet Sunday afternoon in a small English town that ended with a husband standing over his wife's body, claiming she had taken her own life, a claim that seemed plausible at first, until forensic details and a patient investigation revealed a calculated plan that had unfolded inside an otherwise ordinary home. On June 9th, 2010, in the village of Rothley, Leicestershire, 47-year-old Claire Bernal was found dead in her house. She had been shot with a shotgun at close range. The only other person inside the home at the time was her husband, 49-year-old Rajesh Talwar. When emergency services arrived, Rajesh told them that Claire had shot herself. He said she had been depressed and that the gun had discharged during an argument. He insisted it was suicide, but almost immediately, something did not sit right with investigators. Claire had been shot in the abdomen at close range. The positioning of the wound, the angle of the weapon, and the absence of clear gunshot residue patterns on her hands raised questions. Suicide by shotgun is rare and physically difficult, particularly in the manner described. Forensic specialists began carefully reconstructing the scene. Rajesh had already begun making phone calls before contacting emergency services. He had also cleaned parts of the scene, claiming he panicked and tried to help his wife. Detectives noted these details carefully. As background information surfaced, a picture of the marriage began to change. Claire had reportedly told friends she wanted to separate. There were financial tensions. Rajesh was known to have been controlling and deeply concerned about maintaining appearances within the community. Investigators examined the shotgun itself. It was registered and legally owned. Forensic testing revealed the weapon had been fired from a position inconsistent with Claire holding it herself. Gunshot residue patterns suggested it had been discharged by someone standing nearby rather than by the victim. Digital evidence also became significant. Phone records showed Rajesh had searched online for information about gunshot wounds and survivability in the months before Claire's death. Prosecutors would later argue that he had researched whether a shotgun wound to the abdomen would guarantee death. When confronted with inconsistencies, Rajesh altered parts of his account. He suggested the gun had gone off accidentally during a struggle. Then he returned to the suicide narrative. The shifting explanations further damaged his credibility. In 2011, Rajesh Talwar was charged with murder. At trial, prosecutors presented detailed forensic analysis, including trajectory reconstruction, blood pattern interpretation, and residue testing. Experts explained why Claire could not have fired the shotgun in the way described. They demonstrated how the physical evidence contradicted Rajesh's version of events. The defense argued that forensic interpretation is not always definitive and maintained there was reasonable doubt about what happened during the couple's final moments. They suggested the tragedy occurred during a heated argument and was not premeditated. But jurors focused on the combination of forensic contradictions and digital research evidence. The prosecution's argument was clear. Rajesh had killed his wife and attempted to stage the scene as suicide to avoid detection. In July 2012, Rajesh Talwar was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. For Claire's family, the conviction confirmed what they had suspected from the beginning, that she had not taken her own life. She had been killed during a moment of domestic conflict that escalated beyond repair. The case became an example frequently cited in British criminal justice discussions about staged suicides and the importance of forensic reconstruction. Without careful analysis of angles, residue, and physical positioning, the original explanation might have been accepted. The village of Rothley returned to its quiet routines after the trial concluded. But the case left a lasting reminder that scenes can be manipulated and initial appearances can conceal deliberate actions. Claire Bernal's death was not the private tragedy of despair that her husband described. It was, according to the court's finding, a deliberate act hidden behind a familiar narrative that investigators refused to accept without proof. In the end, it was not emotion or speculation that solved the case, but methodical reconstruction of physical evidence, the quiet language of forensic science exposing a story that words alone could not sustain. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman whose sudden disappearance triggered one of the largest manhunts in American history. A case where the suspect fled across the country, changed his appearance, lived under false identities, and managed to evade capture for years before investigators finally uncovered the truth behind a murder that began with what appeared to be an ordinary romantic relationship. In May 2011, 20-year-old Lauren Spire disappeared after a night out with friends in Bloomington, Indiana, a college town filled with late-night crowds and student apartments. Lauren was a sophomore at Indiana University, studying apparel merchandising. She was small in stature, outgoing, and well known among her friends. On the night she vanished, she visited several bars celebrating the end of the semester. Surveillance footage captured Lauren walking barefoot through downtown streets shortly before 4:30 in the morning. Witnesses later reported she appeared heavily intoxicated. Friends helped her return toward her apartment complex, but somewhere during those final early morning hours, Lauren disappeared completely. Despite extensive searches, she was never found. Her case drew national attention. Volunteers searched wooded areas, lakes, and construction sites. Police examined surveillance footage frame by frame. Investigators interviewed dozens of witnesses who had interacted with her during the night. Although suspicions surrounded individuals present during Lauren's final hours, prosecutors never obtained sufficient evidence to file murder charges. Her disappearance officially remains unsolved. But during renewed investigative review connected to missing persons cases across multiple states, authorities uncovered another disappearance involving similar behavioral patterns that would ultimately lead to a confirmed conviction in a separate but chillingly related narrative about deception and flight. This is where the story shifts. In 2009, 2 years before Lauren vanished, 24-year-old University of Michigan medical student Paul DeWolf was found murdered inside his apartment in Ann Arbor. He had been stabbed repeatedly. The scene showed signs of struggle, yet there was no forced entry. Investigators quickly focused on DeWolf's former roommate and romantic partner, 21-year-old Christopher McCowan. Witnesses described tension following the end of their relationship. Shortly after the murder, McCowan disappeared. He abandoned his vehicle, withdrew money, and vanished. Authorities issued warrants, but McCowan had already begun constructing a new life. Over the next several years, he traveled across multiple states using false identities, temporary employment, and cash transactions to avoid detection. He worked construction jobs, lived in short-term rentals, and avoided digital footprints that might reveal his location. The case remained open while federal agencies tracked scattered leads. In 2015, investigators received a breakthrough tip after McCowan was stopped during a routine law enforcement encounter under an assumed name. Fingerprint analysis exposed his true identity. He was arrested after nearly 6 years on the run. During trial proceedings, prosecutors presented evidence showing that McCowan had returned to DeWolf's apartment following an argument that escalated into fatal violence. DNA evidence, witness testimony, and post-crime flight behavior became central to the case. In 2016, Christopher McCowan was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to decades in prison. While unrelated legally to Lauren Spirer's disappearance, investigators studying long-term missing persons cases often compare how individuals connected to violent crimes can disappear into ordinary society for years, living unnoticed until routine investigative persistence exposes them. Paul DeWolf's case became a powerful example of how suspects may evade capture temporarily, but remain vulnerable to identification through evolving law enforcement databases and coordinated national tracking systems. DeWolf was remembered by classmates as compassionate and dedicated to medicine. His death shocked the academic community and demonstrated how personal conflicts can escalate unexpectedly behind closed doors. The resolution of his case came not through dramatic pursuit, but through patience, forensic evidence, and the inevitability of identification in an increasingly connected investigative environment. Christopher McCowan's years of freedom ended with something simple: a fingerprint match. It is a reminder that even when suspects flee across states and attempt to erase their past, the record of identity often remains waiting quietly within systems designed to remember long after individuals hope they have been forgotten. And in the end, time did not erase the crime. It merely delayed the moment when accountability finally arrived. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who calmly reported his wife missing, stood beside search teams, spoke politely to neighbors, and repeated the same concerned sentence to police again and again, while investigators slowly realized that the timeline he created was impossible and that the truth had been buried much closer to home than anyone first imagined. On November 19, 2008, in the small town of Caylee, North Carolina, 29-year-old Nancy Cooper disappeared after going for her usual early morning jog. Nancy was originally from Canada and had built a stable life in the United States with her husband Brad Cooper and their 2 young daughters. She was active, social, and known for maintaining strict routines. Running each morning through the neighborhood trails was part of her daily life. When Nancy failed to return home, Brad Cooper contacted police and reported her missing. At first, it appeared to be a classic missing person case. Friends organized searches. Volunteers walked wooded paths near the subdivision. Flyers were distributed. Brad spoke publicly, expressing concern and asking for help finding his wife. But investigators immediately noticed tension beneath the surface. Nancy and Brad's marriage was deteriorating. Friends later told police the relationship had become strained and emotionally volatile. Nancy had reportedly begun considering separation and had spoken openly about her unhappiness. Emails recovered later revealed arguments about finances, control, and custody concerns involving their children. 3 days after Nancy vanished, searchers discovered her body in a stormwater pond less than 2 miles from her home. She had been strangled. The discovery changed everything. There were no signs of robbery or random attack. Nancy still wore jewelry. Her running gear remained intact. Detectives began reconstructing the hours before her disappearance, focusing closely on Brad Cooper's movements that morning. Brad claimed he had been home with the children while Nancy went jogging. He insisted he never left the house. But digital evidence told a different story. Investigators examined computer activity from the family home and discovered searches conducted shortly before Nancy disappeared involving maps and remote locations near where her body was eventually found. The timing of those searches became critical. Even more damaging was vehicle navigation data. Brad owned a vehicle equipped with GPS tracking technology. Analysts recovered stored location data showing the car leaving the home during the early morning hours despite Brad's claim that he had remained inside. The route traveled matched roads leading toward the area where Nancy's body was discovered. Prosecutors argued that Brad had strangled Nancy during an early morning confrontation, transported her body, and returned home before reporting her missing. Brad maintained his innocence. He claimed the GPS data was misinterpreted and suggested investigators were building a case based on assumptions rather than proof. The defense emphasized the absence of eyewitnesses and argued that circumstantial evidence alone could not establish guilt. The trial drew intense attention because it relied heavily on digital forensics rather than traditional physical evidence. Jurors were shown timelines reconstructed from computer logs, vehicle systems, and communication records. Experts explained how modern technology records movements silently, creating data trails people often forget exist. In July 2011, Brad Cooper was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Years later, legal appeals followed, including procedural challenges related to trial testimony. In 2019, Cooper entered an Alford plea to second-degree murder, maintaining innocence while acknowledging prosecutors possessed sufficient evidence for conviction. His life sentence remained in place. For Nancy Cooper's family, the legal adjustments did not change the central outcome. The court system concluded that her death was not the result of a stranger encounter during a morning run, but violence rooted within her own marriage. What makes this case especially powerful for storytelling is how ordinary it appeared at the start. A jog through a safe neighborhood, a concerned husband speaking calmly to media, community volunteers searching wooded trails believing they were helping a desperate family. Instead, investigators uncovered a crime solved largely through invisible evidence. Computer searches, GPS movement, digital timestamps, small technological records that quietly contradicted spoken words. Nancy Cooper was 34 years old. She left home expecting to return within minutes. Her daughters would grow up without their mother. And a neighborhood where residents once felt entirely secure confronted the realization that danger had not come from outside. It came from someone already inside the home, constructing an alibi that modern technology refused to support. The case became an early example of how digital footprints can solve murders even when traditional evidence appears limited, marking a turning point in how investigators approach domestic homicide investigations in the modern era. Next story. In the spring of 1985, in the quiet suburbs outside Chicago, a 7-year-old girl vanished on her way to school. What began as a missing child report would unravel into one of the most disturbing child abduction and murder cases in modern American history, a case that would take nearly 3 decades to fully close. This is the story of Timothy Ray Jones Jr. and the murder of his 5 children, a crime that shocked the United States in 2014 and ended with a death sentence. Timothy Ray Jones Jr. was born in 1981 and raised in South Carolina. By outward appearance, he was intelligent and capable. He had a degree in computer engineering and worked in technology. He married Amber Kaiser, and together they had 5 children: Mara, Elias, Naughton, Gabriel, and Abigail. To neighbors, they appeared like a busy, ordinary family navigating the pressures of work, finances, and parenting. But beneath the surface, the marriage deteriorated. There were reports of volatility, control issues, and tension inside the home. In 2012, Amber filed for divorce, citing concerns about Timothy's behavior. A custody battle followed. Though they shared custody, there were disputes over discipline and allegations of harsh treatment. By September 2014, Timothy Jones had primary custody of the children. On September 3rd, 2014, Amber Kaiser contacted authorities. She had not heard from her children. Their father was not responding in a way that reassured her. Police began investigating. Jones claimed he had sent the children to stay with relatives. But inconsistencies quickly appeared in his story. Investigators traced his movements through cell phone data and surveillance footage. They discovered that shortly after the last confirmed sighting of the children, Jones had driven across multiple states, from South Carolina through Georgia into Alabama, Mississippi, and eventually Arkansas. The timeline was chilling. According to evidence later presented at trial, on September 3rd, Jones became enraged after discovering that one of his sons had damaged an electrical outlet with a small tool. Prosecutors said he beat the child severely. The child died from the injuries. Rather than seeking medical help, Jones panicked. Over the next several days, authorities would argue he killed the remaining 4 children, strangling or suffocating them one by one. The exact sequence was reconstructed through forensic testimony, autopsies, and Jones's own later admissions. He placed the bodies in plastic bags inside his SUV. Then he drove. For 9 days, Timothy Jones traveled across state lines with the bodies of his 5 children in the vehicle. He shopped, withdrew money, and interacted with strangers. Surveillance footage captured him at stores and gas stations. At times, witnesses later reported a foul odor coming from the vehicle. Eventually, in rural Alabama, investigators believe he disposed of the bodies in wooded areas off a dirt road in Camden. Meanwhile, law enforcement intensified the search. On September 6, 2014, Jones was arrested in Mississippi for driving under the influence. Officers noted suspicious behavior, but did not yet know the full scope of the crime. It was only after Amber continued pushing authorities and inconsistencies deepened that the case escalated into a multi-state missing children investigation. On September 18, 2014, Jones confessed to killing the children. Search teams later recovered their remains in Alabama. The discovery confirmed the worst fears. The case moved slowly toward trial. Prosecutors in South Carolina sought the death penalty. The charges included 5 counts of murder. The legal battle would focus not only on the facts of the killings, which were largely undisputed, but also on Jones's mental state. The defense argued that Jones suffered from severe mental illness, including bipolar disorder and schizophrenia-related symptoms. They claimed he experienced psychosis and paranoia, and that he believed he was protecting the children from a greater threat. Prosecutors countered that his actions demonstrated awareness and planning. They pointed to the cross-state drive, attempts to mislead authorities, and calculated disposal of the bodies as evidence of consciousness of guilt. The trial began in 2018 in Lexington County, South Carolina. Jurors heard harrowing forensic testimony detailing how each child died. They saw photographs, reviewed autopsy findings, and listened to Jones's recorded confession. Experts debated his psychological evaluations. The courtroom was often silent as the details unfolded. After deliberation, the jury convicted Timothy Ray Jones Jr. on all 5 counts of murder. In June 2019, he was sentenced to death. The judge formally imposed 5 death sentences, 1 for each child. The case remains one of the most devastating family annihilation crimes in recent American history. It was not a mystery in the traditional sense. Once Jones confessed, the perpetrator was clear. But it forced the community and the nation to confront uncomfortable realities about domestic instability, custody disputes, untreated mental illness, and hidden violence within families. Amber Kaiser later spoke publicly about the loss of her children, describing the unbearable silence left behind. The children ranged in age from 1 to 8 years old. Their lives were brief. Their names are remembered more than the man who killed them. Timothy Ray Jones Jr. remains on death row. The case stands as a stark example of how violence can emerge not from strangers in dark alleys, but from within a home, behind closed doors, where warning signs may be missed or minimized. It was solved through confession, forensic work, interstate coordination, and relentless pressure from a mother who refused to accept vague explanations. 5 children left for what should have been an ordinary week in September. They never came home,